December 24th, after unification, 329, episode 1 of Tension and Soul, Quagmire. Out in the inky vastness of space, far beyond on the moon, far beyond Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, lies a gas giant, and orange and flanked by massive rings, Saturn. For over 200 years, the Federation has controlled Saturn and its massive deposits of helium-3. Following the Jovian Revolution almost 90 years ago, it remains the sole supplier of helium-3 for the Federation's mighty economy. Here, for the last 15 years, as war has been waged against the forces of the Periphery Alliance and their Republican and Communist allies in country. The camera pans to a group of ships. It's the 67th and Quick Reaction Task Force, Debor's Fixers, of General Irene Debor's fame. The war in Saturn's not going well, and units like yours are perhaps the only thing from stopping the Federation's local colonial units from completely crumpling under the red assault. Zooming into the ship, this brand new ship, the Greg Mays class assault carrier, we find ourselves looking inside a singular room. It's currently 6 a.m. Peri, what do we see?
Well, with it being time, Philippe is already up and about. First Lieutenant Philippe Guerre, call sign Bishop, is going through his morning routine. He's done a light bit of exercises in his room. He's gotten dressed into his uniform for the day and ensured that every bit of his person is fully within the grooming standards and regulation. He is the very spitting model of a Federation officer, something straight off a propaganda poster you might see. Except he's not Martian, is really the big distinction.
Even more interestingly, you're not a spacer.
No, he is a Terran born and raised.
A
Hailing
rarity.
from, hailing from the United States of Europe on old Earth. Specifically, what was once known as France.
Your kind, especially way out here past, the Earth sphere, is quite rare indeed.
Yeah, but there's a job that needs doing, and Philippe has never been one to shirk that. On a certain level, this is what he's always wanted, is a frontline posting where he could do some good. It's just unfortunate it's at Saturn.
Especially now of all times. Speaking of now of all times, Swappy, in front of you is the ship's espresso machine. As the camera pans away from the machine and to you, what do they see? Besides, your person filling out the gray fatigues that you currently wear.
Second Lieutenant Jeanne Chevalier, a belter from Nouvelle Ruin, near the Greek Trojan. Greek. What was the map again? Yes, the Jovian Greek camp. Is currently at work making a coffee for her commanding officer. She has been practicing this as she has learned that Philippe Guerre prefers his coffee a certain way, and it's the least she can do as his adjutant, basically, or adjutant. That's the.
It's quite an odd thing to see you not in the colonial army, especially when you live on the border with the Jovian Union. The Reds.
Well, chance encounters. or perhaps meetings that were meant to be just kind of happened, and, well, she owes Philippe quite a bit, so she joined up with the Soul Federation military and managed to get stationed with him. Perhaps by his own personal request, but still, she is here for a reason. Besides, Novelle Rowan wasn't really too involved with the confrontation between, or the tensions between the Soul Federation and the Cronians.
Yeah, but it is with the Jovians, especially with, like, all those terrorists running around. I think that's what they are,
Yeah,
John.
yeah.
Especially in the belt. Like, separatists.
Special. Yep. She's, she's been called blessed by some of her folks. One time there was a terrorist attack near, and she managed to come out nearly pretty much unharmed, despite the fact some of the fighting was quite close to where she physically was. She came out completely unscathed, so.
Jeanne?
Yes.
Please roll me a tact and motor check.
Tact
and
motor.
Because it's the first
That's
check,
gonna be
and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 players. Would someone like to roll for narrative points?
Not it.
Not it.
All right.
I'm gonna wait for the narrative. Does anyone? I mean, I can roll the narrative points. So there's 2, 4. So there's 8 of us.
D8.
There's a D8. Yep. Make that roll, I guess, and let me find the dice. Five. So 5 narrative points.
Please make your roll.
All right. Give me 1 second. I'm shaking him quite a bit. Oh, there's 1. And second dice. That's a 2. So that's going to be a total of 3. So 3 successes.
3 successes. You think you got it good this time. And, you pick up your new pouch of coffee and you start to walk towards Lieutenant Guerre's bunk. Philippe, you hear a knock on the door.
Philippe will look up from his notes, put them to the side, and open the door.
And standing there will be the familiar blonde hair and blue eyes and a braided ponytail looking up at you as she says, "Good morning, First Lieutenant. I've prepared a cup of coffee for you this morning."
Good morning, Jeanne. It is good to see you. And he'll take the cup of coffee and go, you didn't have to make this, but thank you. And he'll take a sip from it and say, perfect as always.
Your words are as kind as ever, sir.
Have you seen our fellow lieutenants yet?
Not this morning, no, but I did wake up earlier than the others. They may still be asleep.
Well, I'll go see if Callaghan's up and at it yet. Why don't you go check on Weaver?
Understood. I'll do so right now. And she'll go ahead and go to Weaver's bunker or room. You get what I mean. We have rooms, right? We're lieutenants.
You're officers. You get a room. It's not a very big room because you're junior officers.
But it's a room.
You get a room. You're not sharing with anyone.
Yeah.
Frep, is Jamie in his bunk?
No, he's probably going to be at the gym as he wakes up stupid early for a run every day, and it's easier to go before the rest of the morning shift is up and at it.
There might be a chance that we ran into each other then when we both woke up earlier. Since we both woke up earlier than everyone else.
On account of the fact that you're in space and how the watches work, waking up early is really just like a construct you all agree to.
Time is a social construct in space.
It's a useful one, though.
Yeah. Then I suppose we've been here for a month already. Would you think it's fair enough, Frep, for Jeanne to probably guess that he may be on a morning run? I assume he does this pretty much like every morning.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone familiar with Weaver would figure out his routine fairly rapidly.
Yeah.
Weaver,
Okay, then,
as a spacer, you would say that you almost obsessively follow your routine?
Yes.
Jeanne, when you go to the gym, you see in what is affectionately known as the hamster ball a spinning wheel that simulates gravity that Weaver is running in.
I suppose Jeanne will approach the ball as he's running in it, looking like a hamster, and she will say, "Second Lieutenant Weaver, good morning."
Morning. He'll
Frep, despite the fact that you are quite literally spinning constantly to the perspective of Jeanne, who is currently not under the effects of gravity aboard this spaceship, what would you look like? How would you describe how Jeanne looks? How Jamie looks?
Yeah, he's 5'10", 24 years old. So he's a slightly older than the other lieutenants in the flight, if memory serves. I mean, not that makes him particularly old. Kind of I would say a like indeterminate ethnicity. Being a spacer, they're all mixed up from everywhere, and a few generations on, everyone kind of moves towards a similar point.
No, your ethnicity is spacer.
Yeah. I guess the only thing remarkable about him is he is rather obsessive about physical fitness. Spends a lot of time in the gym, a lot of time running, and like on the rare occasions under gravity, enjoys mountain climbing as his chosen activity. So, like most spacers, he's a bit neurotic and a bit obsessive about things. In his case, it manifests himself with a mania for fitness.
Well, this is pretty typical for spacers. You don't pay attention to the maintenance of the colony, and then a couple million people die.
Precisely.
That would be bad.
And considering his parents' work in like maintaining the environmental systems, that's been drilled into his head particularly strongly. I assume, yeah, he has no trouble like maintaining like eye contact despite spinning around this bloody hamster wheel because he's very used to life under 0G.
Yeah. So, like, is he like physically spinning around, like his whole body is shifting, or is it like
like
a hamster?
Like those big exercise wheels you get for cats?
Yeah.
Imagine one big enough for a person. And the way centrifugal ersatz gravity works is you basically spin it around and it throws you towards the new ground that exists. Because you can't really run in 0G.
Yeah. So I guess while like Jeanne is tracking his eyes while he's running, she will just say, "I believe the first lieutenant is beginning to gather us up. I believe it has to do for the upcoming operation."
Understood. And we were like check his watch, check his time against if he's on pace or not. Shrug his shoulders and like begin slowing down and get ready to exit this. Exit the hamster wheel.
I just had the thought. Weaver sees he's like 2 seconds off, and he just instantly has a frown.
Yeah, just immediately, just kind of puts a damper on the day.
And as he gets off, she says, "Sorry for interrupting your run. I know you like to keep a schedule, sir."
It can't be helped.
And Jeanne will kind of just kick off the ground and start heading to presumably wherever Philippe told her to head to once she got Weaver.
Sorry about that. I was cold for a second. Philippe,
Yeah.
you're looking around for Nora. Where is the first place you look?
I mean, her quarters, naturally, since it is early in the morning.
Paradox.
Yes.
Does he find her there?
Yes. You would find her there.
You hear a knock on the door. What are you currently doing?
Nora's just like standing in the room, just kind of bouncing a ball off the corner of the room while reading something. And when Nora hears the knock, she just simply says, "Come in."
Lieutenant Callaghan, it's Philippe. We should get ready for the briefing.
Ah, yes, sir. Nora would put her things away and then head out the door.
The two of you walk along. When the camera looks upon you, Nora, what does it see?
Nora is currently wearing the usual outfit. Shorter hair about down to her shoulders. Usually would be tied up, but currently it isn't. Obviously a Martian. Nora is quite tall, standing at 6'2". And she has indigo black eyes.
I see. When you get to the hangar to get to the operations room of Nora and Philippe, you see Jamie and Jeanne sitting there patiently. In the hangar, there's around 20 about 18 walker frames, 14 to like 10-meter tall mechs, along with a handful of space superiority fighters and shuttles. You know, typically on a craft like this, there'd be more fighters, but in-theater operations tend to be more focused in asteroid fields, so you bring along more walker frames.
Makes sense, makes sense. It's
Yes.
comforting to see that they're all ready to go.
If they were to look at your machines, Nora, would your machine look particularly different, besides the fact that it's of a different make than most of the units on a board?
Ooh, I wrote a description somewhere. I gotta find that one actually.
Because, First Flight has Brady Hunts, which is essentially a sniperized version of the mainline Bradbury 2, which, fills out most of the walker frames in the hangar.
I know Nora would have painted a red line where near where the visor is.
Philippe?
There is not really any customization yet on Philippe's walker frame. Just the standard sort of tack markings and whatnot. He's had it a while, but he hasn't really felt a need to customize it since the theaters he's been in. He has not been in for long, so to speak.
This is just like he doesn't want to put in the effort, or does he think it's a little gauche to do that before earning your ace's privilege of?
It's a little bit of both, to be blunt. It's a little bit of Philippe being like, I don't know if they're just going to reassign me to a new walker frame when they transfer me out of this place, so I'm not going to bother. And it's a little bit of haven't done much. There's no point in customizing a machine that hasn't been tested. Truly tested.
Jamie, does your Brady hunt look different in any way?
No, it's pretty much stock standard. He's a firm believer in its bad form to paint the machine before he's earned any kind of ace accolades. And he's done none of them with this particular model either.
I see. Did you train on a Brady hunt?
I imagine he's trained on it, but he hasn't flown combat missions in it. Probably just flying a regular line model during his tour in the belt, where he racked up a couple kills, but on nothing particularly important. I think a couple shuttles and like one battered old fighter, rather than I got that typed in wrong. Rather than a walker frame, so those hardly count in his mind.
I see. Jeanne, what about you? You are the kid of this team. You have the least experience, and you're second youngest.
I don't think it's got any real customizations. It's pretty much just it's stock standard. She's like pretty much fresh out of the school that she went to for military training. She's a belter. She has no accolades. I don't think she really has any type of sway outside of being Philippe's adjutant that would warrant customizing it in any way. It's stock standard.
This is almost the entire team, except for one person.
I was getting ready to ask, where is the star of the show?
I have a question, Lieutenant Philippe. What do you think about the star of the show?
Very fine pilot, excellent soldier, and honestly, she's earned more respect than anyone else here. He has no other thoughts beyond that at this time. He is very honored to be assigned to a same unit with her.
That was the space dog. Sorry.
Understood, yeah. And, part of the reason we were heading by the hangars is because Philippe expects there's only one place, well, two places he might find her, but he has no desire to go knocking on every other officer's door asking if Courage was there.
Philippe, you look around the hangar, you see Courage's Bradbury 2 with its cockpit open. Some of the mechanics are doing some maintenance, but this is technically an in-between watch. And it's early in quotation marks in the day. So
Philippe will wait for the others to hang back and wait, and he'll go collect Courage since he's going to assume that's her up.
You float up to the Bradbury, and you get to the cockpit hangar, and at the chest, and there you see Courage with her sword, just sort of like strapped to the back, like it's a, what's the word? Like the sword belt, just sort of like loosely tied onto the chair as she's fucking around with the guts of the machine.
Courage.
You see her get scared for a second and bump the top of her head in the innards of the mobile suit. She slowly draws herself out. Lieutenant?
Everything good with your machine?
Yes, sir.
All checks normal?
Mm-hmm.
Then I suppose you're ready for the briefing?
She checks her watch. Oh, that should be pretty soon.
He just smiles. You could come join the rest of us.
1 second, she grabs her sword and starts putting it back on her waist.
Once she finishes, Philippe will offer her a hand down, and if she doesn't need it, he'll just head out.
She takes her hand. You know, as the two of you float past, the camera lingers for a second on the shoulder, and the 11 tally marks, black against the white of the rest of the machine, that just sit there.
And we just link up with the others, essentially, and head out to the briefing room.
First flight, as you're making your way to the operations room, you see one of the other flight leaders, Chloe Ventura. Shock. Which stands for Super Hot Ovulating Commie Killer.
Philippe will nod to her and just flash her a quick smile as they walk by.
So, Philippe, she says to you in inner Spacer Creole, "Yeah, I think they're gonna call on us? The Ollies?"
He'll respond softly and kind. Looks that way.
What do you think they're gonna? What do you think the over/under on them doing anything is?
I'd say if we don't see anything major, 30-70. If we encounter anything big, I'd reverse that.
What, you think they'll break and run? She smiles.
One can hope.
She barks a laugh at that.
He'll just shoot a wink and continue walking by.
As you start walking onto the operation room, you see Major Fowles, Thomas Fowles, Scissors as his call sign, sort of prepping some materials for the presentation. You see the other flights having mostly filled out the operation room.
Philippe will offer him a salute and report first flight reporting for duty, sir.
Thank you, Bishop. Please take a seat.
You will do so.
Jamie, how are you feeling about this upcoming operation to act as backup for the Colonials eliminating National Liberation Front stronghold?
Nervous in nothing he's heard has gave him a great deal of confidence in the Colonials' capabilities. But again, pretty confident in our own capabilities. So if the Colonials break and run, he's confident that we can get the job done. But there's a reason they call on us, because they can't rely on them.
I see. What about the fact that you haven't been in a real peer-to-peer fight ever?
Probably a mixture of like excitement and nervousness. He's pretty confident in his own abilities, but like you never know until you actually go up against them. The like IVA are not to be trifled with, and are certainly represent a different caliber opposition to what he faced in the belt. But he did volunteer to be here, so.
Well, you didn't want to spend the rest of your career fighting barely equipped barely trained Belter rebels. You wanted to fight a real army. And Cronians, and especially the Interstellar Volunteer Army, premier international organization of the Prairie Alliance, are real armies. Jeanne,
100%.
and how are you feeling?
Definitely a little nervous. After all, she's seen combat, but she's never been part of it. As a bystander in the belt. But there's definitely some of that first mission, first sortie apprehension. But this is what she signed up to do, so she's gonna have to do it. Two ways about it. She's going to gather up her courage, no pun intended, I guess, and
No, Philippe already did that.
oh, that's true. And well, I guess just listen to the briefing, ready to see what's up, what they're gonna face.
Nora, how are you feeling about this operation?
In Nora's, like, if people were to look at Nora, she looks kind of cold almost. Internally, she's excited. She hopes to be able to fight the enemy again.
Yeah, because Nora, I believe this is your second time in country.
Yes.
Although for the rest of the team, it's the first time in Saturn. Did you take part in any other major operations before this, Nora?
Repeat that.
Did you take part in any other major operations before this?
Third Cassini, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, one of the assaults on the United Communes capital, the battle of the third battle of the Cassini Division. A battle the Federals lost. Sadly,
It happens.
Sadly,
We'll beat
they
them again.
Couldn't take Kiobund that day. But you can always try again, and again, and again. Like there's like 4 battles of Jeanne already. They've been trying to take that place for, I don't know, since you were a kid.
Right, but the Federation never gives up.
They are persistent in this war. Philippe, you see First Lieutenant Milivov sit next to you, call sign Pitbull. One of your space superiority fighter or pilots.
He'll lean over to make small talk with her and just check in, basically. How's it going, Pit?
Good, Bishop. Ready to earn your keep?
Most certainly.
If the collies do their jobs right, you won't have anything to do. And if you do your job right, I won't have anything to do.
Well, I would like to put you out of work, and I hope the collies give me work. Honestly, from what I've heard with the collies around, it's sometimes better for them to cut and...
What, think they'll try to vent a colony?
I hope not. What are our orders if they try to do that?
I believe the policy is to detain them, so the colonial admin can take care of them.
Wasn't there that incident, a decade or so? Didn't a Walker frame pilot from Mars throw a missile into a commander or something?
Yeah, but that guy destroyed his own career.
Oh, can't be having that, can we, Pitbull?
No, we can't.
He'll give a polite smile and say, like I said, hopefully there won't be much work for you today.
All of you see Brigadier Paige Parvez and Lieutenant Colonel, what's the full name? I have the NBC list up. Camille Quickie Baji, call sign Slowpo, and Rook, respectively. Get in with Captain Davino, the executive officer of the squadron. And you all stand up and you all sit down after being told to do so. And Paige says, "Morning, pilots." To which, there's a...
I assume there's, the chorus of "Good morning, sir."
Ma'am.
Yeah, pretty much. Good morning.
Ma'am. Okay, so we do gendered forms of address in terms of for the officers. It's not just generic, sir.
Yeah. It's still 1982 when the show is airing, after all. I'm happy to see everyone is in such great spirits. That's especially now that Deborah's Fixers is back in country. I know you've all been waiting to get back into the field. Colonel, would you please take care of a briefing, please? And you see Lieutenant Colonel Helpagee nod. He says, "Well, right here in Celiocol, there's a suspected NLF base. FIS intelligence suggests roughly divisional strength. The Colonial Administration Army of Saturn has brought 2 task forces in to eliminate this stronghold so close to the New Guerre road. With it, we think we can try to extend the lines between," and then he points at Vitcol and Awatakol. Which can be further eliminated in preceding operations. Afterwards, we can cut the Nugan route entirely, between in the inner pocket and the communes. Any questions?
None.
At least we all know why we're here. The Colonial Task Force, we're not expecting much in the way of naval resistance, although there could be a stockpile of walker frames, or perhaps space fighters in colony. We also can't discount the possibility that the Colonial Infantry are going to need backup, and the colony walker frame pilots are going to be too pansy as to go help them. But the way things are looking, the squadron won't need it to be called in, and unless the collies want us there. So until that point, at approximately 4 p.m., you're to stay on standby. Hi. So shoot the shit at, you know how it goes. As if you don't, just listen to your superior officers. I know some of you are new to Saturn, but this place is really nothing to be scared of. For all the fright the Cronians give the papers, they die like anyone else. And you're all great pilots. If you were bad pilots, you wouldn't have allowed you into the task force. That'll be all. And then you see Brigadier Paige coughing around. Additionally, she looks a little annoyed that he went through the briefing that quickly. There's been reports of, let's just say, overzealous colonials in region. At all costs, please do not accost local civilian traffic. I don't want to hear any reports about any civilian liners getting shot down during this operation. And if I do hear anything, it's sure not going to be any of you, I hope. I want this operation clean and quick. Am I understood?
Understood, ma'am.
I assume.
In the general chorus.
Yeah, the general chorus of understoods.
I too would rather not see civilian liners and be shot down personally. Yeah, I'd rather not do that or see that.
Hey, Jamie.
Yep.
You know, you've been involved in a few counterinsurgency operations in the belt, although. How would you say that experience compares to the briefing you just got?
I don't think we ever had to have our briefings involve allies potentially shooting down civilian traffic so casually before.
Oh, that's a new, unusual experience for you?
I think so. I think that's a little disconcerting.
You know,
That's even enters the field.
Hey, Jamie, I'd like you to roll me keen empathy.
That's a big old fail. Jamie is full of empathy. A mighty score of 0.
How many failures?
5.
Well, it doesn't look like any of your, sat vets, as they're often called, are, reacting in any particular way. Although you see some of the new guys a little squeamish about the implication.
Noted.
Although you don't know if that's just like this is normalized or they're just hiding it well. You don't know. And
Noted.
you all break. Go back to the hangar. Philippe, as you're walking back to the hangar, how are you feeling about this operation?
You know, Philippe isn't showing much of a reaction. He kept his composure quite well and maintained his face when their orders came in. Now that they've left the briefing, his brows have furrowed, and he briefly chews on the corner of his lip as he thinks it over. He'd heard rumors of how bad it was getting at Saturn, but this briefing has officially confirmed it from his perspective. And he's just disappointed.
I see. What about you, Nora?
During the briefing, Nora was just kind of blankly looking, and her thoughts are just another day, another Saturn.
I like the implication that you just keep getting new Saturns. The Federation doesn't want you to know this, but you could just
Saturn.
You just take a Saturn.
Yeah, Saturn just keeps disappearing and then reappearing. And it's like slightly different. That's why everyone's asleep. Everyone's gone snoo.
Well, what about you, Cleric? How are you feeling?
Well, it's horrible that they have to bring up, hey, don't let civilians get shot down is a real operational concern. That's a little unsettling for her first operation to have included as a stipulation in its success metric. Really, makes her wonder, just, what would make these people want to, what would make their allies or the people they're working with want to, go out of their way to harm innocent people who are really just not that involved in the conflict from her perspective.
Anyone can say anything because I feel like Jeanne doesn't hide this feeling particularly well.
No, I don't think so. I think this is one of the moments where, she's very visibly like, that's no bueno.
Well, Philippe will look over at her and smile reassuringly and say, "Disturbing how bad the situation's got in here, but that's why we're here. There's a reason the whole task force are called fixers."
You hear Ventura yell over, because they can't call us on fuckers.
He chuckles politely and then continues. "John, we only have one duty here. To represent the Federation to the best of our abilities as pilots. Focus on what's in front of you."
She kind of sighs as she says, "I understand, Philippe. First Lieutenant. I'll do my best."
"I know you will."
And she kind of like closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then gives him like the nod of she's ready.
"Now, if any of those colonial troops do start misbehaving, remember that the standard orders of the day are to detain them. Callaghan, I'm sure you've had experience having to do this before. Do you have any advice on how to detain colonials when they lose discipline?"
Callahan looks at Philippe. "Well, usually pointing a gun at them fixes the issue."
There you have it. A simple issue with a simple fix, Jean.
Just point the weapon. Got it.
Don't be afraid to blow something up near them if you have to.
Maybe not anything too close to them with these things, and Weaver will tap on the barrel of the full shot beam rifle.
Yes, let's talk about the Brady hunt for a bit. So, the Bradbury 2 is a typical Walker frame of a 4.5 generation with a beam shield addition that had to be stapled on after they invented the beam shield 30 odd years ago. And has certain power constraints, but it's pretty typical weapons. Select fire beam rifle in a overpowered shot or a beam machine gun version, beam saber, and options for grenades, bazookas, that sort of thing. However, your machine is not a general purpose Walker frame. It is a hunter frame. It was designed to specifically defeat Walker frames with beam shields, and for that purpose, all of its weapons are extremely powerful, almost uselessly powerful, because your rifle, your beam rifle, your full shot beam rifle, uses an entire magazine's worth of energy in one shot. You have
On that note,
you have 4 shots in total.
is there any way to tweak the full shot beam rifle's power settings? This is more a future question, to reduce the charge and increase ammo.
No. Fundamentally speaking, the coils are made to be a certain amount of power, and if you don't do that, the boring and essentially focusing coils on the beams, you have to become exactingly precise, because the beam is smaller than it should, and you run the risk of burning the rest of your barrel off. So select fires on beam rifles is a very precise matter, so it's not recommended for a field modification. That'd be a long-term question. Although not all of you have bullshot beam rifles. Some of you have coil rifles, which, magnetically shoot a block of metal at a target very, very quickly.
I believe at the moment we're actually divided up based on the weaponry because we have the 2 coil rifles are an element and the 2 beam rifles are an element.
That's funny. The first lieutenants are entrusting their fucking big fuck off beam rifle to their juniors. Like, yeah, go ahead, little one. Delete it.
I think actually the combat sheet is incorrect when I messed around with names. Bishop, you have a
I have a coil rifle.
Cleric, you have a
Full shot beam rifle.
no call, you have a
Core rifle.
So it is actually even 1 coil rifle and 1 full shot per team, which it really works great.
That works even better.
Because
That works even better.
Because the full shot only has 4 rounds, but the coil rifle takes 20 seconds to recharge per shot. Plenty of ammo though. You gotta wait to make sure the barrels don't melt off. And you all get to sitting down. No call. What do you do to amuse yourself in this time? Nora?
Repeat that?
What are you doing to amuse yourself?
Of course, probably just sitting somewhere listening to classical music.
You got a cassette?
Yes.
What about you, Jeanne?
I think Jeanne is actually gonna be in her cockpit offering a brief prayer to the Lord for, making sure that herself and her squad mates will be safe in this deployment. General prayers of safety and good passage. Uh, you know.
Jamie.
Probably doing his ground checks for about the 3rd or 4th time.
Jamie, another second lieutenant, side saddle, Isaac Urban, walks up to you and says, "She's still doing that. Pinko's still doing that up there." Him pointing over to Jean's cockpit.
He'll like doing what?
He points his hands together and praying, like, the Pinko stuff. What, like, it's like, isn't the Pope a Jovag?
We real think probably. I don't really pay attention to that. I don't know. Everyone has their own coping mechanisms. Though I'd rather check my suit than trusting to some invisible force.
Like, who believes in that stuff, anyways? Like, Terrans and Jovians? Come on. Get real.
I do think it's the one thing that similar between the two of them. They're both nuts, just for different reasons.
There's something about that damn rock. Ain't sensible.
As soon as he said something about rocks, we were kind of cocky. Like, aren't you also from some damn big rock?
Fuck you, I'm an orbital. Didn't I already tell you this?
Guess not.
Like, where are you even from?
New Newark.
Ah, Trojan. You guys live in, like, the middle of nowhere, quite literally.
I mean, fair enough. It doesn't really matter. Middle of nowhere, we're all stuck here anyways.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
What are the odds this is a waste of time, that the colonials actually do their jobs without crying to us for help?
I don't know. Beats digging around the asteroid belt.
That remains to be seen.
He scratches his cheek. Well, see ya, Jamie.
Have a good one. Jamie will turn to do his 5th check.
Philippe,
Yes.
you notice that Courage is walking back into the hangar with some scrap metal, a welding tool, and like towels.
Philippe will intercept with a perplexed expression on his face that he schools quickly and goes, "Courage, what's all this stuff?"
She looks down at it. Oh, it's some steel beams that the mechanics didn't want, and some old towels.
Yes, I gathered that much. I was just curious what you plan on doing with them.
I'm gonna make a training dummy.
For what purpose?
Oh, then she points over to third flight. Peter asked me to. We were we're old buddies back from the academy.
I see. Is there any way I can help?
Well, if you could help me hold this up.
I suppose I could do so. And Philippe will hold out his hands for the material.
You get a like 2 pieces of scrap metal. Could you just hold it?
Yep, he will hold.
And she starts to try to weld it. Hey, Philippe, I have a question.
Go on.
How much of the newspaper do you read?
You know, Philippe likes to consider himself an educated citizen of the Federation, so he reads from 2 different papers every day.
I see. What would Philippe know about Courage?
I'd say he knows quite a lot about her. I mean, she's been assigned to his team, and he would have pretty obsessively read over the file, what the papers say, everything. Which is why he gives her such leeway, because unlike himself and the rest of the team, in his mind, she has more than proved herself.
Well, she...
Eccentric, sure, but who isn't?
Yeah, she was a double ace and less than a year's worth of combat. Less than half a year's worth of combat, actually. Although, you do know some of the more conservative members of the Soul Federation Space Army are a little perplexed by her propensity for issuing duels to enemy commanders.
Philippe understands that. It's an effective way to raise the morale of your own forces and to demolish the morale of the enemies. Also, if it is something she's good at. She hasn't lost yet, in his mind. So he sees no reason to restrain those tendencies, but rather than... A good way to see it is that Philippe views himself and the rest of the team as a supporting cast, if you would, to ensure that Courage, as the star of the show, can do her thing.
I see.
And if she ever gets in too over her head, we're there to pull her out.
I see. Philippe, after you get this thing sort of set up, and Courage starts wrapping towels along, like this literal cross you have helped make. Your cross to carry, if you would. You see, Peter Elaine Mora, Courage's friend, call sign Baker, one of the very few Lunans aboard this ship sort of sheepishly walk over with his dress sword in hand. And he sort of like mutters, "Thank you, sir."
Of course, Banker. Good to see you doing well.
Likewise, sir. You see Courage take Banker on by the shoulder. Come on, Pete. Wait. Alright. You said you wanted to learn how to use that sword, and I'm gonna teach you. And Philippe, as you walk away, you see her like draw her own sword and sort of like mime through the motions.
Like I said, Philippe just kind of watches for a moment, nods, satisfied that morale is being improved, and goes to prep his own walker frame for the mission. Just make sure everything's in order.
After a while, everything seems to be in order, and everyone's just sort of hanging around at the bottom of their walker frames. Sans Courage, that is. It's either people are sticking to their flight, or two flights are talking together. Let's see. Oh. Oh. Just checking.
Goman, I think you're cutting out slightly.
Oh, that's not good. Let's see what to do in the meantime. Anything to do? Oh, conversation topic. Someone asked, I think it was a mechanic, why are we here in Saturn? Converse amongst yourselves.
That is a fantastic question. Would any of the three people who actually know what's going on feel free to kick this off?
I like to imagine that you like phrase it like that because you have no earthly clue.
I mean, like me as the player, absolutely. That's why.
No, I honestly assume that Cleric doesn't really know.
Yeah, all she knows is that there's trouble in Saturn and the Federation's here. She doesn't know the specifics, like any good enlisted.
Except you're an officer.
It's complicated.
Yeah, Jamie, why are we here?
Was it the helium-3, right? I always forget the name of the material.
It is.
Yeah, because with the Jovians off playing communist, this is the only place we get helium-3, which is the most important, resource in the solar system these days, and we don't got anywhere else to get it. And the colonials have fucked up the administration so badly that we have to back them up because they've been trying and failing to oppress the Cronians for decades now. Which is probably an overly blunt and not particularly wise thing to be saying on the flight deck of a federal carrier.
Nora, do you have anything to add to this conversation? Any thoughts? or rebuttals?
Nora finds the current situation pitiful at best and kind of wishes that the Federals would finally decide to just smash Saturn in a way that they haven't had before.
What do you mean by that?
If it was up to Nora, she would hope that the Lunans would get off their ass and simply send way more forces than what Saturn is ready to deal with and just simply bomb colonies.
Bomb colonies. You want to bomb a colony.
Indeed.
Philip, you're surely going to say something about this.
I'm in my walker frame, sir. Don't drag me into this, God. Like I was going over the chat.
Jamie,
They can have their argument while I'm not present for once.
Jamie, Nora just said she wants the Federation military to bomb colonies.
Just was so much for hearts and minds then.
Nora responds.
We've tried it their way for quite an extensive amount of time. Why waste our time any longer?
Jeanne, Nora is implying that you should attack civilian population centers housing millions of people.
So this is what First Lieutenant was talking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, John just kind of shoots Nora a look as she says, First Lieutenant, with all due respect, we do have mission parameters and responsibility as Federation soldiers to protect the civilian populace. Even as just moral people, there's no need for that kind of bloodshed.
Nora scoffs at that.
Just realized that Cleric and I are both stuck in the unenviable position of we're trying to argue with somebody who outranks us, so we really don't.
Yeah.
Sir, with all due respect, you're crazy, but we cannot say that. So we're hoping you come to that conclusion yourself.
Glancing up at Philippe's walker frame, just like giving a
Like
glance.
staring through the hall of walk from hoping he hears your pleas and comes to rescue you from this situation.
Philippe, save me!
I want to hear a little bit more of Nora's opinions on the war situation first, then I'll maybe come say.
Nora, any rebuttals?
Nora doesn't even want to engage with them with that currently. Her mind is focused on let's do this mission.
So you're just gonna ignore their criticisms of your opinion.
But
You know that Fallout New Vegas, like, well, too bad. What are you gonna do about it? That's like basically Nora.
Yeah. Nora just waits. Kind of just waves it off and just leaves, kind of just saying, well, we'll see. He just walks the walker frame.
Unhinged behavior. What the fuck? Next time you guys talk to Nora, she's gonna greet you with the American hating, commie loving lobotomite.
We fucking choked.
Well, Philippe will finish up his work in his walker frame at the convenient timing and come down to join the other two with his usual serious expression. He goes, all right, you two ready to go?
I think so.
Yes, First Lieutenant.
Well, the First Lieutenant Callaghan made some unnerving comments about war situation.
Well, she is a veteran of Saturn. They've all gone a little tilted. You don't have to agree with her on whatever she said, but she is the most experienced member of this flight. So as long as she isn't doing anything that is against the regulations or is an illegal order, I expect you to respect her and to follow her lead.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. Well then, mount up, do your final checks, and let's get ready to get this done. After all, the only way to be taken seriously by veterans is to become one yourself. He kind of gives them a reassuring half smile.
It is the Martian way, after all. And she is a Martian. You all mount up. Philippe, do you have any personal effects in your walker frame cockpit?
There aren't many personal effects. I imagine there is essentially the equivalent of a blood chit in there. In case he gets shot down in a situation where he's separated from Federation force.
Oh, you don't speak Cronian?
I believe that was... we picked 3 for Philippe.
What does
Or
he
you
speak?
told me to pick 3 languages. I know he speaks the Belter Creole. He understands that perfectly well. He obviously speaks French, and he speaks English.
And you know, Belter is close enough to Inner Creole where you can get away with just knowing Belter.
Yeah, exactly. So he would not speak Cronian, I believe. I think he desperately wishes he does and is working on it, but a 4th language might be a little much for him to handle. Though I guess that depends. Does Academics 5 let me get a 4th language?
It will help you learn it.
All right, awesome. Then Philippe is then he would also have a translation book and essentially a beginner's guide to Cronian in there for reading during extended automated patrols. You know, the sort of ones where you're in totally safe area and you're just expected to sit there for hours staring at a screen.
You know, just show the flag.
Yeah, exactly. Like the ones where it's not even like there literally is no potential for combat. So he'll have the reading material in there.
I feel like Philippe and Weaver have the same like dummy's guide to Cronian in their hanging around in their cockpit somewhere.
No, they share a copy, so they share a single copy, and it's
Just send it sailing between the cockpits during down.
So actually, Philippe has finished a chapter of it, I'll say, and he'll hop up in his cockpit and he'll call out "Lace," and then he will toss it across the hangar to Lace.
Jamie.
He'll attempt to catch it.
Let's see. Poise. Acrobatics.
Okay. Yep, succeeds by 3.
You catch it.
Good throw.
Philippe just smiles and gives a little wave before sitting back down in his cockpit.
Jamie will start like doggedly reading through the next chapter on Cronian vocabulary.
Jamie.
Yep.
You're looking at a problem in this book, and you cannot for the life of you remember the Cronian word for cup. You know one person who speaks Cronian.
Oh no.
I'll like try and intercom Nora.
What?
Nora, you have a line open to Lace.
Yes, Lace.
What's the Cronian word for cup?
What is the Cronian word for cup?
Thing is, you can just say, I say cup and Cronian.
Yeah,
Now I
it's
didn't
like
expect you to come up with the language on the spot. Sorry, I just wanted to be very blunt. Of like, Weaver just throws this like slightly insane question out with no preamble.
Is that it?
I think so.
Okay.
The line just goes dead.
Yeah, literally. She just cuts the line.
Is there any personal effects in your walker frame, Nora?
I'd imagine it's mostly bland, but she might keep like a heirloom from her family in there.
Any photos of loved ones? Anything like that?
Someone that no one else would recognize, but it would have been somebody that their significant other that they divorced.
Ooh. Ouch.
They're still friends.
What about you, Jeanne? Do you have any personal effects in your cockpit?
Maybe some keepsake photos from her home, the Bible, just imagining myself rummaging in her cockpit. Yeah, I just realized half the cast is divorced. That
is true, Peri.
But yeah, no, I think really keepsake photos, the Bible. She definitely keeps her cross on herself at all times. Probably some study material for probably Cronian or more, well, what's a common language for usual like intersolar speak?
Would you like to roll me academics and tact?
I've got none academic. Well, let's hope I get a critical success. That's a 5. Nearly a critical success. It nearly landed on. But no, that's 2 failures. I'm gonna mark that.
You think, and this is just think, you think Martians speak Romanian as well as English.
The only Martian I know here is Miss Let's Kill People. So
well, the thing is, like, there's a lot of Martians on that ship, and a lot of them fit that description.
That's true. Well, no, that's true. But I honestly, it's probably something Philippe picked up for her. If I'm going to be completely honest.
Oh,
does that make sense?
Philippe, what would you have asked or suggested Jeanne learn how to speak next?
What language to speak next?
Mm-hmm.
I actually think, honestly, he's been trying to get her to learn French.
Jeanne, you must connect with your heritage.
Well, in part, it's because her family is now living in France. So if she's going to visit them, she's going to want to speak French.
Oh, why is your family living in France?
Oh, that is because First Lieutenant Philippe was so kind when we first met. When we first met at the old church established during the initial days of colonization at Nouvelle-Rouen, Philippe actually suggested that, or offered graciously, to take her family to Earth in exchange for, basically, for her joining the Soul Federation military. Something about what she said must have impressed him for him to offer as such, and Jeanne was so moved by this that she, agreed to and signed up and went to school. Of course, this was also because she herself wanted to attend school and learn, but that's kind of hard to do as a belter because you're a belter. And you know how military is. The military offers, oh, join us and we'll pay for your tuition and all that stuff. So I'm sure she was considering it at first, but oh, but what about her family and what about the situation? Blah blah blah. And then Philippe came in, took him to France, and helped her join up with the army.
I see.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a story.
A bit. You all hear the alarm. And then you hear Major Fowl say, "Hey, fourth flight, on me. Hey, Guerre, you're in charge until I get back."
Understood.
You see the command team of Captain Davino and Major Fowles and Third Flight get on the catapults and are thrown out into inky space, leaving you, Philippe, as the senior most first lieutenant of the Walkerfilm Squadron, in charge. Speaking of the squadron, it's actually a heritage unit. It had old traditions swapped over to it when it was invented. You are part of what the Federation military has continued into. It's absorbed a lot of old Earth units into it, so a lot of traditions are just sort of hanging around in new modern units. You are the current iteration of the Jutland Dragoons.
Yes, with our honorary chief, the King of Denmark.
Which does give you the right to wear black berets instead of the more traditional Federation blue berets.
You better believe Philippe's wearing a black beret.
Well, not right now. You're in your spacesuit at the moment.
Are you sure about that? I could have it on top of the helmet.
That would be a very funny image.
I'm not doing it, but you just
Characteristic of Philippe wears hats on top of the helmet.
It gives him 2 individual charisma checks.
Yeah, man, he's got a +2 to his charisma roll.
For each one.
Yeah. I'm sure someone here is gonna get all the luck items and apparel and then hit the casino and roll jackpot 15 times.
Let me check my notes. Quick fire. The time starts to drag on. Scissors has been away for 20 minutes now and nothing's happened. Nora, it's become 30 minutes. And, the time keeps dragging on. And, the edge starts to fall away. Blue balled again, Nora.
What?
That's it, just a sigh.
Yeah, Nora's not really gonna make a big stink about it.
1 moment. You get a line over comms again from Lace.
Yes.
What's Cronian for blue balled?
Lace, are you gonna keep asking me these questions?
Probably.
She cuts the line.
I suppose Jeanne is now currently like Jeanne is currently has the French book open and has like a pen and is currently
Philippe, what is the
circling.
French word for...
What's the French word of
I
today?
don't know why, but I just imagine Chibi asks someone else. Can you ask Nora this question?
John, could you please ask the First Lieutenant Callaghan for this question for me, please? You cut me off. You put me on mute. But yeah, she's studying her French. You know, she's got like the book open on her lap and is currently like underlining and highlighting shit with her with whatever writing utensil you can bring in. I suppose it's one of those fancy ballpoint pens that works in zero gravity that the NASA astronauts have.
Yeah, but like, Jovians just use pencils.
Well, yeah, I guess pencil as well works. I mean, she's currently kind of just repeating the word to herself, sentence, phrase, trying to get it remembered. Can I roll to improve my academics?
Sure, actually. I'll fucking allow it.
Now I have a 1 in academics because I had a 0. Fan.
Go mine rewards how much Jeanne is studying under someone who has 5 academics.
Awesome. Okay, we're good. Okay. And, she says, that's how to say. I understand now. And she kind of gives a small smile. Like, yay, I did it.
Your brain, it's growing.
No, it's expanding. The end game of this campaign isn't for whatever the fuck political reason. To get Jeanne to academics 5, just like Philippe.
You have surpassed me, my student. You got to get academic 6.
Philippe, what are you doing in your
Jeanne,
cockpit?
carry my wish. Jeanne, like dramatic feral. Jeanne, carry my wish. Get a 6 in academics. Pushes her away.
Dies.
Honestly, with how long the wait's been, Philippe's probably pulled out some of the other shit he just has stashed away in the cockpit and is looking up, just trying to remember what he's left in.
The first thing you see on the pile is the start of a few letters in response to between an old friend of yours, a pen pal.
Yeah, he'll pick one of them up, reading it out.
You look at what you're responding to, the letter in your hand. Tired. Zofia.
Yes.
Would you be so kind for the audience to tell them what you wrote?
This is in response to a previous letter that had been sent. Friend, I need not say I am unenvious of your circumstance. It's no breach of security to admit the only place I could feasibly be, though I must admit the idea of your arrival has infected a pit in my stomach. For anyone else I'd mourn, though I can only imagine a flame has ignited inside you as it had for me. What awaits those who answer the ring's cry for liberation? To continue my own romanticisms a moment more, I truthfully am glad you may see your rings in their fullest form. No textbook image can describe their beauty. Even my motherland's failed to compare, as sacrilegious as that may sound from one such as myself. Do you remember Honfleur? How the scene kisses the channel. Such great bodies can never be found past Terra's Grace, Europa uncounting, and Clydius too. Underground fisheries and dead seas are no replacement for her blue surface. I see the rings and reminisce of the channel, an endless ocean of rock and ice. Why not about any potential meetings, quote unquote? Any likelihood we see each other in hostile territory is a statistical anomaly. Anxiety is the killer of man, mind you. Though, if the circumstance finds itself, I'd love to find ourselves in a colony still ignoring the war outside the walls. I've heard great things of the Cronian song. Perhaps we may still see the cities light up in festivities before the war's end. I still wonder how such fate could ever befall a people of their nature. I trust, above all else, your judgment, my dear friend. We may disagree on plenty of trivial matters, but I know your heart is the same as mine. You are here to fight a war on behalf of our people, and I trust you will guide your men accordingly. If men like you are not fighting on the side of the colonial might, I fear what would become of her rings, of her people. Though I still question why you fight, knowing you are on the side of Imperial. Do you not see hypocrisy in your own action? Enough. Attached here, as requested, is 2 liters of urban zone rationing. I have no honest clue on your military's customs regarding this sort of thing, so I've gone through the trouble of sending it in a milks carton. That way you don't get caught over limit, though I may advise with heavy emphasis that you and your adjutant need not drink more than a glass at a time. Us Jovians are an efficient people, as is our drink. Apologies if it still reeks of the powder I've had to remove to fill it. Great luck on the roads ahead, Valley.
Yeah, and Philippe has the drink on hand. He hasn't busted it out yet. He's actually been waiting for a proper sortie to drink afterwards, so to speak. And he has already rifled through the various things that as a soldier he's been packing in his kit so long that he doesn't even necessarily remember it's down there. He was able to get his hands on a fashion magazine from Terra for his old friend, because he remembers her being very fascinated by Terran fashion. Terra Old Earth is still the cultural soul of the Federation, and a lot of what happens on it, while it isn't the popular culture, it is it's the difference between your fast fashion and what's coming out new, and the trends on Terra still linger, so to speak, in the rest of the Federation. And so he's found something like the Lunans have the monopoly on fast fashion.
Well, there's money to be made.
Precisely. And so Philippe's got in one of those magazines and has taped it to the return letter that he's been working on, so to speak.
You have a couple duds so far. You've been thinking about the right words now that, you wrote, this was a response to a letter you wrote as you were leaving to get in country, and now you are in country for you've been here about 20 days now. It's your first combat operation.
Makes sense. And after a little bit, he finds he can't write the letter yet, so he just kind of folds it up and says, "When I get back." And he will flick through the comms, and he'll check in first on No Call. No Call, come in.
Reporting in.
Everything good on your end?
Everything's going well. I've been asked ridiculous questions, but good here.
Could you elaborate?
I have been asked by Lace to inform them of how to say blue balls in Cronian.
Well, I'm sure he was merely trying to make a joke or connect with.
I see. That's the weirdest way someone's asked me something like that.
I mean, you've been in the military for quite some time. I'm sure there must have been stranger.
Oh, right. There was one.
Philippe raises an eyebrow, waiting for explanation.
Not here.
Understood. Well, Bishop out. And he'll flick over to Lace's channel. Lace, what's to say here about you bothering No Call with quote-unquote ridiculous questions?
Just working through my Cronian studies. I think it's
Oh.
Kikoliokit? I don't know.
It's about what it is, if I recall from my own look. Give her some space for a bit. She's in a bad mood.
Understood.
Everything else green on your end?
So far.
Understood. Bishop out. And then he'll switch channels over to Cleric.
Question.
Potential
Is it purely audio or is it visual as well?
It's audio.
Okay, then yeah, she gets the call and places the pencil between the binding of the book and closes it as she answers the call. First Lieutenant, Bishop.
How's it going, Cleric? You hanging in there?
I'm doing well, sir. I'm just catching up on the material that you've given me.
Yes, it doesn't seem like we're going to sortie anytime soon, so that's a good thing to be up to. How are you finding the language of your ancestors?
It's quite fascinating. It's similar to the Creole that we speak back home, but a little different. It makes it easier to adjust to it, however. I do hope my folks back on Earth are learning it well.
Oh, I'm sure they're doing fine. And you are making excellent progress, so keep at it.
Thank you, sir. And as she's saying that, she's actually going to take one last kind of scan over of the place just to make sure everything is good. Because she was kind of absorbed in that book for a bit.
You know, the conjugation rules of French and Belter are surprisingly similar. It's just all the pronunciation's wrong.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is that word, but they're saying it weird. I guess we're saying it weird. Because we're from, whatever.
And Philippe will just say, Bishop out, and cut the channel.
But yeah, she's going to take like one last look of the place. Maybe get a scene transition, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah.
Philippe,
Yeah.
as you're about to go call up Booth's Courage Hampson.
How did you know that was what I was going to do next?
Because that's the only person left. By process of elimination, I have guessed.
Damn, he's good.
The best.
We can't try.
You hear Brigadier Pervez say, "Hey, squadron and moving up to second and tier battle stations. And we're moving in." All of you feel sudden acceleration in your cockpits as, fuel is burned and the task force is on the move again.
All right, here we go.
Yay, adventure. And death. And war. And guns.
And loss of innocence.
I don't think I want to do this adventure anymore, Bob.
Just looks at Philippe.
Hey, anytime you want to tap out, you just tell Go-Mine and he will handle it.
I mean, I'm like, isn't that basically like every World War I enlisted person ever, pretty much?
You'd actually be very surprised. A lot of the...
I have a rant, but we can't do that in the game.
Yeah, working class people are surprisingly amenable to 3 square meals a day. Like, shockingly so. Anyways.
That's true. That's true. Anyway, continuing on.
Philippe, any questions about the situation? Because you are acting CAG at the moment.
All right. Well, Philippe will just basically open a channel and inquire, Ma'am, do we have any information on the situation?
Apparently, there's been a dust up. 3 down mosquitoes, Bradbury, 2 Jamesburys. I think we hit the jackpot with this one.
Understood. Is there anything you'd like me to relay to the squadron, ma'am?
It's probably going to be tough. We're looking at last gen walker frames.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Bishop out.
Rook out.
And he will switch channels to a squadron all-con sort of situation and go, all-con, listen up. Sounds like we're up against last-gen walker frames. It's a bit of a dust-up. General says it's going to be a little tough. Get ready to sortie.
Roger.
And he'll relay the numbers that the general mentioned as well.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Understood.
after about 30 minutes of travel, you get the call from Colonel Baji, and he's like, squadron and dragoons, prepare to sortie. Hey, routing route to you now. Jamie, you're seeing in your nav computer getting updated with a new origin point for easy communications about bearing things from your current point to where you're going and where you need to be. You're inside the screen of your helmet. You essentially see 3 arrows appear at the corners of your vision, and 1 ahead of you, as your heads-up display is automatically adjusted with the new information. Jeanne, you hear,
Yes.
along with the rest of the squadron, the colonel order a sortie. In this moment, how are you feeling?
Breath in, breath out. She grabs her controls. Her brow furrows. And I suppose just Cleric launching.
And your walker frame is thrown out into space, and it focuses on the visored face of the Brady Hunt before the scene cuts to the eye catch and the ad plays. And the ad break comes to an end. For those of us joining for the first time, this first series of News Gang you've watched, we just took a break. But we're back now. So, all of you have been thrown out into the inky black of space. And you see a firefight going on. And Bishop.
That's you.
That's you, Peri.
Sorry, what was said to me? My brain shut off for a second.
I just
unironically.
asked for your name. I just said Bishop.
Okay. Yes, I live. Sorry, my brain is turning back on. I don't know why that happened. What the fuck?
Soft restart, bro.
I deadass just heard a whirring noise in my brain. Go on, guys.
If you would look down at your instruments, you'd see an unusually high amount of Hansian interference. I'd like you to make me a... How would you want to look at this information in case it tells you anything? What are you looking for?
I mean, he's just going to rely on the tech of the system and basically start flicking through options on it, trying to get it to clear up and focus. You know, he's used to utilizing this system in the belt when under way higher interference level.
You know, that just sort of happens when there's, handsy and fusion reactors in close proximity to one another. They just do this with one another. It's kind of unstoppable. I would like you to make me a tact technology check with systems.
Okay, that would be 4 successes then.
So the sudden spike you can see from roughly 30 minutes ago is indicative of a critical reactor explosion. Explaining the sudden increase of interference. However, if you were to zoom in on your camera, at the very least, the colony has not been damaged.
He lets out a sigh of relief.
It's always a sad...
Can he,
Oh, you go ahead.
can he identify by the reactor explosion whether it was one of the enemies or their...
Going by size, it was probably either a Bradbury 1 or 2. The reactors are pretty much the same, but it's definitely a Bradbury series. So Jamesbury can't put out a spike quite this big. It's a little too old.
Yeah, so one of ours, though?
Well, it might be Davino or Scissors, but it's probably the Colonials. They have plenty of Bradburys.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, he'll just feed tactical data from his computer to the other computers, so that everyone else in real time can have their systems updated and whatnot, and we'll just continue heading.
And you're getting closer to this furball. And I'm going to hand off the turn to you, Bishop, as I would like you to make me some sort of leadership check, because the rest of the squadron has to do stuff, and you're acting CAG right now, because you can't get a hold of Major Scissors in all of this.
All right, Philippe will flick through comms and say, basically, begin issuing orders in terms of flight leaders. We still haven't made contact with the CAG. Flights, we're going to split up into a pitchfork formation. 3 wings. Take your flank, take your flight in. First flight will take center. We're going to push in there and see what's going on. Engage at long range. Let's not get into a melee until we can clear this up.
You hear Chloe say, "Understood, Bishop." Then from third flight, you hear Lieutenant Love of call sign Getsnow says, "Understood."
All right, and that is 7 successes on the leadership check.
I'll say that the section of enemies in front of you is all you have to deal with. The other 2 flights are going to handle their own slice of the battlefield mechanically.
Our pitchfork punches into them, essentially.
Yep. Ahead of you, you have some Beffers models. Specifically a Callisto coffin, because Beffers, the series, are named after Galilean moons. It is the export model of the venerable, almost 60-year-old Beffers series of walker frames that made by the Jovian Union. However, you all know them by their call sign, the Werewolf. The reporting name, I mean. And in front of you,
All right.
there are 6 werewolves.
All right, first flight. That's 6 werewolves. Let's pick your targets. Register them on the system. 1 shot, 1 target. Boot. Feel free to engage at your leisure. And I'm going to try to make a team action maneuver and then just essentially shoot at one of the werewolves.
Alrighty. Let's see. Grit leadership, please.
Hey, that is a 5 under 12, 5 under 11, so 7 successes again.
You may choose 3 additional units to activate. Who would you like to go?
We're going to get the volley fire off first, so it'll be basically all the... It'll go in order of Cleric, No Call, Lace.
Understood.
And then, Philippe just swings up his own coil rifle and snaps off a shot at the werewolf right across from him.
Let's just say the first werewolf for simplicity's
Yeah,
sake.
werewolf. Let's for the rest of you guys. Let's just assume that it is literally going down the list. So cleric on second, no call on third, lace on fourth.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Please make me a shot tact.
All right, I'm going to definitely ask to use a narrative point to re-roll that because that is a 6, a 5, and I don't even need to know what the next number is going to be. That's going to be bad. So, with everyone's permission, I'm going to bring us down to 4 narrative points and re-roll.
Oh,
Makes
right.
sense.
Okay, so that is a 1, 4, and a 5. So it's definitely better. So that is 10 under 13 for 4 successes.
I got 5 successes. You see this Callisto coffin, this relic from the Nolionets War, a war your grandfathers remember and could have fought in. Bang to the right as the coil round flies past. Please mark that you have used your coil rifle and may no longer use it for the rest of this turn. Cleric, what do you do?
Yeah. So with seeing as the werewolf bang and trashes Bishop's shot, Cleric is going to use that opportunity to line up the shot to where it's going, hitting the good old classic FPS tactic of lead the shot into where it's going to be when it finishes its maneuver and fire off her full shot rifle.
Alrighty.
I hope that sounded keen.
Shot keen.
Yay. Was.
You need to beat 5 successes.
Okay. Rolling.
That is a good point, Peri. Could you say that for posterity's sake?
Oh, I was just inquiring before Swappy did it. Did cleric mean to disobey an order?
Oh, what was the order?
Specific order was to each person focus one target to essentially get them out of formation and pressure them.
Then I guess if you don't mind, I'll just if you all don't mind, I'll redo what I meant to do. I guess if that's okay.
Switching.
And it's fine if you did. I just wanted to know if that was the intent. Because I didn't want to.
No, I didn't to see that. All right, then following her orders, she's gonna line up the shot for the second werewolf, I suppose, and attempt to pull off the shot. Would that change to another stat roll?
Tact.
That is a awakening point as I roll a 4 on my 12 for 9 successes.
9 successes. So that also remember potential point.
Yep, already marked it down.
So
what was the bonus for hunter frames again?
Oh, it's very, very simple. When you fire from a standstill, you get a +2 as if your attack was aimed.
Oh, with that, well, no, we were like moving in.
You were moving. That's why I brought it up in case you wanted to stop. So, but
Gotcha. Okay. So no, that's fine. All right. So yeah, I'll fire off that the big shot. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot to account for the nimble. That's gonna be 7 successes.
7 successes.
And he got 5, so that's gonna be
10 damage.
It's gonna be since he got 5, that reduces my number of successes, right?
No, remember, new target. This werewolf only got 3 successes.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. 4, 6. Yep, 10 damage.
Which because you have a massive weapon, the shield armor is doesn't eat an additional 3 when it's destroyed, and you reduce it down to 2 frame. I'd like you to roll me a mission kill.
Hey, yay, yippee, yaku, yatta, we did it. Walker, it's a walker, right?
Yeah, it's a walker frame.
Yay. Okay, so that's first kill of the game.
Actually, no. What you see happen is you basically shred off the legs of this werewolf, and it starts to turn around and start running away. And because you're on a furball, you don't have time to finish it off.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, she doesn't. Well, she isn't opposed. Well, how do I say this? It's fine if they run. You know.
You did damage
It's fine
enemy
if they-
equipment.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's
like it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take either a while or they're gonna scrap because that thing's like missing a chunk of it. But yeah, and would it be possible to perhaps with my bonus of I got your sit, use Philippe's leadership check roll to fire off my my auto cannons in the direction of werewolf number 3 as a suppressive check?
No. Because if
Gotcha,
I remember
okay.
correctly, with I got your 6, it has to be immediately afterwards, and that was also not the last check Philippe made. His last check
That
was
is
he
fair.
shot at the first werewolf for 4 successes.
Just okay, gotcha. All right, then. What's the rules for suppressive fire again? Just making sure.
You ignore your target's nimble, and you get a +1 for doing it. And
Yeah, then I.
you've already done
Oh.
your action. Because you didn't declare you wanted to use a suppressive, and it is my prerogative to say no if you want to ask for more.
Okay, then I'll pass my turn on to no call.
No call, what would you like to do?
Nora comes to a standstill and aims at the third werewolf and fires off a shot with the chloride.
The
I won't fully. Just
third werewolf is going to try to suppress you.
it's going to try to suppress me.
7, 8. Make this at a -6 in grand total.
Oh. Fascinating.
As you know,
Okay.
you see this werewolf bring up its beam rifle and take a few shots in your general direction.
Alright, so let's roll this. Oh, giddy. That is a 6. So 1, 1, and a 4. Gets my what's that using again for this shot?
It's your negative modifier is 6.
6. Shot. That's a 6. That's a 12.
With your negative modifier?
I got a 6 on that test.
How many successes is that? Or failures?
You know,
You have a cheat sheet.
That is true.
What is this?
What's your shot keen?
Shot keen? It's 13.
13 minus
that's
6, so
7.
that should be a 7.
7.
And you got a
Then I
6.
got
That'd
a
be
6, so that's 2.
2 successes.
Yep, 2 successes.
One moment. Nora. Your target uses their free snapshot and flies out of the way as you send a 90mm slug straight where they were, but not into them.
Okay.
Lace,
I'll pull to a halt and try and tag a shot into werewolf number 4.
Alrighty, please, because you stopped, you get aimed, because you're a hunter frame. Would you like to use a reaction to make this doubled aimed?
No. I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't trust we're gonna have coming back at us to give up my reaction, I don't think. So essentially working out the hunter frame bonus, I just ignore their
No.
points in nimble, correct?
Mm-hmm. That would
Okay.
be the effect. The effective
Yep.
change.
Let's roll this up. Oh, that is a very good. That is a 1, 1, and 2, aiming under 14.
The second lieutenants are popping off for some reason.
That's a
So
potential point.
9 success, and yes, a potential.
So you have a full shot?
Yeah.
Full shot. So 7. I got 6 successes, and you said you got 9, so that's 2 in total.
Sorry, no, not 9. It'd be 11. I don't know where I got that math from. Aiming for a 14 on that check. I rolled a 4.
Oh, bringing it down
Apologies.
to 1 frame. I would like you to roll me a mission kill check.
All right, and that's 1 or 2 on a d6, correct?
A singular d6. You need to roll a 1, 2, or 3 for it to be disabled or 2 damage to continue.
That is a 2.
And you see, basically after tearing off the better part of its chest, it turns away and starts to run. Sadly, because this pilot is alive and the machine can be theoretically repaired, it doesn't count as a victory.
No, fair enough.
Wait, so do I still mark mine as a kill or
Nope.
on the sheet?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Or a victory?
Nope, they just
Let me
simply
just-
retreated to the field.
All right, let me just reset that.
Bishop,
Yes, God.
the first werewolf is going to charge you.
Damn, okay. He's trying to close up a high gap.
Nora,
yes.
over an open channel, you hear Cronian and a man yell for the Republic, and you see this werewolf bolt towards Bishop. Bishop, is there anything you'd like to do in response?
I think Philippe will just, unfortunately, while it's not his ideal situation to be in, he is going to presume this guy is either crazy enough or a veteran enough to pull this off, so he is going to just draw and ignite his beam saber and get ready to swing at the guy when he comes in.
Alrighty. Please make me a melee grit check.
All right. That is a 6, 6, and a 5.
6, 6, and a 5. How many failures is that?
So that is the melee grit check would have been. Where I always lose. Oh, there it is. Would have been 10. So that's 17 over 10. So that would be 7 failures.
Wow. Very lucky for you that this guy got exactly 1 failure, as
Yeah. Jeez.
the Callisto does an overhead swing where you just were. As you backpedal a bit. You throw a swing at them, they easily dodge it. Wait, 1? Oh, come on. Seven successes. And then you see Courage Edge come to your help as she basically advances from the rear upon this werewolf and stabs it right in the back. Wow, that was almost a reactor explosion. That would have been quite bad. She turns to you, Bishop, and says, "Are you okay, sir?"
I am. Thanks, Boots. Good save.
You see the walker frame nod. And the fifth werewolf is going to take a pot shot at you, No Call. What do you want to do?
Seeing that she's being shot at, she's going to immediately try to maneuver to get out of the way. Make some evasive maneuvers.
Alrighty, please make me a move check.
Check. All right. Try this again. That's a lot of twos. Not ones. All right. 6 again. Six. Move check is a 14. That is 9 successes.
9 successes versus my 4 failures. You see some shots fire out. And No Call, your reaction is used. And then the third werewolf, Bishop, goes to suppress you and Boots.
They really love me.
Bishop and Boots. Not you, No Call.
Thank God.
Ooh. Peri. The next check you make is at a -8.
Okay, I guess I'll be back later.
Same with Courage.
I've been hit with the don't play the game stick, so I'll talk to you all in a...
Just
Don't worry,
make
I'll
a superfluous roll. Just make a leadership check or something. Or a team action maneuver. There's no downside to failing a team action maneuver if it's not a critical failure. As, this third werewolf starts to pull back, along with other elements of this NLF stronghold seeming to trying to flee the field. Courage is going to attempt to charge. Bishop, as you start to move out of the way as one of the werewolves opens up quite heavily, and you see her try to dart forwards. Wow, that was a 17. Ouch. 8 failures. And let's see. The sixth werewolf will try to take a lucky shot at Courage then. And it fails. I'm going to spend a narrative point. Short and sweet, you see these NLF walker frames start to all run the hell away. Philippe, as CAG, is there anything you'd like to say?
No chance of being able to prevent their retreat or intercept.
Well, you could. There is, however, one problem with this.
Go on.
You would have to completely leave communications with the rest of the task force.
Philippe will check in. He's not going to make that call on his first combat deployment while he's acting CAG, and he's going to call into the maze and be like, basically inquire, Rook, Bishop, pursue or fall back to maze? Enemies in withdrawal.
Stay put, Bishop. We can and finish them off another time.
Understood. And he'll switch comms to the rest of the squadron and just go, Squadron, orders are to stay put. Let him go.
Yes, sir.
Understood.
You get a line from Shock. It says, "Is that a good idea?"
General's orders.
All right.
I'm glad Shock understands that I, as a first lieutenant, am not going to disobey a brigadier general's orders on my first sortie.
Jeanne,
Yes.
looking around you, you see of the werewolves only 3 husks on the field.
As in, like, abandoned or, like, dead?
Destroyed enemy walker frames.
Yeah. They're certainly destroyed. I guess John is kind of gonna, while still staying in the AO, like, staying put. I guess she's gonna, like, move up to one of them, grab it, and try to see if there's, like, an identifying mark on it.
You see the blue and red and a flag of the Republic of Saturn
Right.
on the shoulder.
So, yeah.
Along with on the other shoulder opposite, you see a essentially a 4-pointed star and just a red like square to signify National Liberation Front.
Yeah, I guess John is gonna kind of look at it and let go of the downed body as she kind of just mutters to herself, is like, is there really such a need to do these things? There has to be a better way to try and achieve your goals. Why do we need to divide ourselves like this?
For the sake of the dialogue, I'm going to assume this is just over squad comms.
Yeah, I guess she doesn't realize that that she has her comms open at the moment.
No response.
Oh, Cleric. That's why we're here. The Federation's meant to stop humanity from its dividing itself. Look what happens when we do.
It's awful, sir. She sighs as, the wreckage floats away from her and she kind of links back up. Is that Weaver and No Call in the fucking in like private comms?
Why are you asking what bleeding heart means?
Is that what Weaver's asking?
No, he's not gonna ask their comms because he got told to stop bothering it. He's got a list.
Just to ask later?
Yeah.
But yeah, for John, this is like, I'm sure this is a bit of the Philippe soup talking. But it's like there's gotta like this is kind of ridiculous. Like dividing mankind under banners and flags when there was the Soul Federation. Like, from what she has been told and what she knows,
The Brotherhood of all men.
I'm sorry?
The Brotherhood of all men, our sacred union against the scourge of war.
Yeah, like that was the whole thing for the Soul Federation. Like, we should be past this point for people. It's just kind of perplexing for this country girl, I guess would be the way to say it.
She's a true blue.
It's like the box says no war in a united people. Why is there 5 different countries again? But yeah, it's definitely just because of, like, like taking that shot. She did feel a sense of pride when she fucking domed that full beam rifle shot. But like, there was a sense of pride. But like, this is just kind of like, this is a thing they have to do. But killing your fellow man is, while something people are accustomed to, is still nonetheless quite aversive to most normal, rational, sane people who are, not on Saturn right now, presumably.
Only in Saturn. Did it surprise you how fast it was?
Kinda, yeah. They just took a few shots and swiped at each other a bit, and then they just booked it. I mean, it makes sense. They're in like super old walker frames. 2 of their guys got fucking obliterated and had to retreat as soon as the confrontation started.
Although, like, no one in the flight suffered a casualty, so that's always a good day.
That is a good thing. And like, there's no damage to the walker frames. Overall, this was a fantastic first sortie for her.
Hell, you almost got a victory.
Yeah.
Speaking of first sorties, Jamie, you've volunteered to be in Saturn to get some walker-on-walker frame combat. How did you find it?
Exhilarating, frightening, slightly frustrating. Because I mean, it's not that he's like kill hungry, but he wants to know if he downed that guy or not, and it appears that it got away, so he'll never really know.
He'll haunt your dreams.
On the other hand, none of us got shot down, and he's not going to, not going to begrudge any scenario where we all get away.
I would like everyone to roll me fatigue grit.
Fatigue grit.
And take 1 mind damage just for being present.
Oh, yes.
I have failed my fatigue.
You know the...
What am I supposed...
Huh?
What am I supposed to roll again?
You actually see it in the cheat sheet if you hover over the cell. It tells you exactly what you need. In this case, grit athletics.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fatigue grit.
Because it's so short, I would also accept fatigue calm, with your composure instead.
Yeah, I'll do calm. My chances are...
For those who fail, please take d6 mind damage.
That's 3 successes on mine, so John is doing fine.
Philippe's at 0 mind.
Wait, already?
Yes, indeed. It's a D6. I rolled a 5.
No, it's a D3. Did I?
Okay, you said D6, sir.
Shit,
Yeah, I heard
did I?
D6. Like, oh man, tension and soul is real rough.
I was like, whoa, okay, whoa.
Fuck, did I?
Shit.
I didn't mean to, at the very least.
Yeah. I thought that was just like, you know what? Welcome to Vietnam, boys. Time to suffer.
I didn't question it for exactly that reason, Frep. Like, I was like, oh, okay.
Digital mind broken.
I was like, oh, okay, I'm already at 0. That's fine. Hey, go, man. We might need to talk about balancing after this, but yeah, I'm at 0. But no, I'm at 4 out of 6 then, because I rolled a 1 on the D3.
Like, fatigue is supposed to be a constant low pressure.
Philippe gets swiped at once. I am going fucking crazy. War is
I
happening.
can't anymore, man. I mean,
Maybe I ought to rethink my literally millennia-long family tradition of being a soldier.
no, I'm gonna double down.
Don't last this long.
Nora,
2 successes.
2 successes. Well, Philippe, it looks like everyone has acquitted themselves well. Courage got a victory. And Jamie
We're all
and
very
Jeanne
shocked.
almost got a victory. So close. Just a little bit more and they would have pulled it off. Not bad for your first sortie. Especially compared to counterinsurgency operations in the belt. All in all, a good day. Although now, as acting CAG, you have to do a head count.
Who's not dead? Sound off.
Everyone's dead.
Is Peri not there?
Probably. No.
I'm
Jean
here.
will say,
Sorry, what's that?
sound off.
Sound off.
Cleric.
Bishop.
Shock.
What?
What? I just realized I'm doing it.
Yeah, like what?
Well, you are a first lieutenant, so like I guess it's fine.
I figured it was just you doing it since you're the veteran and you're like thinking straight right now.
That's so funny.
Lace.
Banker. Munch. Now you need to get the big list of call signs. Wait, one.
Yeah.
Get snow. Siesta. Pitbull. Side saddle. Boots. Very importantly, you don't hear scissors or vineyard. Major fouls or Captain Dovino.
All right, Philippe, we're missing 2.
All right. Make a note of it. Anyone have any signals on their frames?
Jamie, you look...
Actually, I can check first, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Let's
Scott.
a triangulation check, please.
Let's see if I'll get this.
Boy, it's the thing I specced into doing.
Boy. I'm guessing you're doing it too, right?
I would allow
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Well, I actually got a 6 on that.
Well, I got a 16 on that.
Ouch.
That is.
So I'm just going to mark that as a failure.
Would you like to spend a narrative point? We have 4 of
It's
those.
as a point. Someone's 16.
I say, what god did you anger before tonight's session?
I don't know. Maybe I should have busted out this second D6 that I got for Christmas.
I swear, I'm going to mail you some dice someday.
I have 2 now. I have 2 D6s now. You can't get mad at me.
You need a third.
I have 2 D6s. I don't have a third. All right, I got 4 successes.
4 successes. Nora. Looks like the only other units in strike craft you're picking up are the colonials.
Gotcha. What are the colonials doing?
Sort of milling about, trying to figure out what's going on. You know, they're in some older Walker frames, Bradbury 1s, Jamesbury 2s, that sort of thing. You have something to say, Cleric?
No, I'm dying. Please continue.
Fucking dying too. Just dying back there in the cockpit.
I caught Saturn sickness. I don't fucking know.
Saturn sickness.
Saturn disease?
Not the Saturn disease. Whatever will we do?
Leave.
We need to bomb more villages.
True!
That is the only way we can. Yeah, look, Bishop, hear me out. Hear me out. If we bomb more villages, then that'll help Cleric recover. I swear.
I swear.
Anyway, what were we doing again?
Triangulating for missing pilots. We did not find those pilots, so I assume we're going back.
Wait. I can try to triangulate. I have an 11.
No, you succeeded.
Okay.
There's...
I succeeded. We just didn't find anything. Well, besides other pilots.
Yeah, besides the Colonials. Although you do speak Cronian, and your missing pilots did come out before you with, Pitbull.
Does that mean I gotta speak to collies?
I mean, you can make Weaver
What's-
do it, but who knows what's going to come out the other end of that conversation?
No call to collie fighters.
One moment, let me quickly generate a name. Where's that fantasy?
We're only missing. You said one of them came up, right?
Huh?
You said one of the missing pilots came up, or you just I can't remember what name you gave off.
No. You didn't pick up any of the missing pilots. Although one of the flight leaders, Pitbull, did go out with Major Fowles and Captain Davino.
Ah, gotcha.
So it's either talking to them or the Colonials. And you're the only one who speaks fluent Cronian, Nora. So what's it gonna be? Unless you want to touch base with Lieutenant Philippe.
I'll touch base with Philippe first.
Please explain the situation.
The least I can speak with collies, the better. Well, Philippe already knows we're missing a pilot.
Two, actually.
Nora would just, two pilots. Nora would just point out we have collies nearby, who the pilots could have ended up with, and the other flight.
Philippe kind of considers it for a second. What are your thoughts?
I think if the collies had our pilots, they would have told us about them, unless they're competent.
Well, let's find out. And Philippe will flick through comms channels and open a comms channel with the collar.
You hear in deeply accented inner. This is Captain Unos.
Captain Unos, this is First Lieutenant Philippe Guerre, call sign Bishop. We're inquiring after if you have recovered any of our pilots.
The Bradbury?
Yes.
Nothing to recover.
Understood.
Reactor explosion, and when the Major arrived on the scene.
Philippe will just kind of nod to himself and say, "Understood, Bishop out," and just kind of shake. He'll press a control to shake the Brady Hunt's head back and forth.
Confirmed.
What now, Philippe?
Our current orders are just to stay where we are. We weren't ordered to recall, and we weren't ordered to advance.
I see. After about 15 minutes, the task force ships arrive. And, now that the Hansian interference is starting to die down, no longer that, walker frames are blowing the fuck up, you got a line to Colonel Baji and says, "This is Slowpo. Bishop, what's the situation?"
Enemy forces withdrew. We're down 2 or 3. Like, that's an aside. Was it 2 or 3? I was kind of losing track.
It was
2.
2. You lost 2.
We're down 2 walker frames. Reactor detonation. No recovery.
Who was it?
It was the CAG, sir, and the XL.
Shit. What's our body count? What's enemy body count looking like? Philippe, if you were to look around you, you'd see in the total firefight, you inflicted maybe 7 losses.
7 losses, 2 recoverable.
Spike those recoverable enemy walker frames. Wouldn't want anyone getting any ideas.
Understood, sir. He'll quickly switch comms channel and to Lace and Cleric. Check the walker frame wreckage. Disable any ones that are recoverable. Render them unrecoverable. Understood. Lace, Cleric.
Oh,
Sir?
sorry. I didn't hear who he said. Sorry. Understood.
Interference was bad.
I assume we blow up the walker frame.
I don't imagine it's going to be anything too complicated.
Just sort of
Yeah, I just beam it.
float up to it, do your thing, leave.
Yeah, Cleric floats up to the mobile arm to the walker frame. I don't know what I was. That's Saturn sickness. Anyway, the brat. What am I even again? The Brady Hunt reaches out its hand, kind of grabs the werewolf. I know that's not its name. I forgot what it was.
If
what
that's
it
its
was called.
reporting name, though.
Reporting name. Okay, and she is going to ignite the beam saber and kind of like with a sense of care to it and tact, plunges the beam saber right into its torso, into the cockpit, and just kind of carves into it to permanently dispose of it, unless they decide to weld that shit back together somehow.
The thing is, they'd have to get a completely new chest unit.
Yeah, and I doubt those are very common for these units. So yeah, she's gonna like punch the cockpit, incinerate it, and then kind of just slice the mobile suit, the walker frame in half with from the cockpit. So like stab into the cockpit and then kind of just carve left to right. It's and maybe unload a bit of auto cannon to the top section.
I see you.
The
two of you do this, and you return back to the Greg maze.
Yep. We fly back on to the Greg maze and touchdown.
And you see the lights in the hangar start to go flashing red as repressurization happens. And all of you exit your walker frames, taking your helmets off.
Right, yep, take off the helmet, shake off her hair a bit, the ponytail, braided ponytail, kind of floats on out, and is, like, hovering behind her as it does.
Courage looks over to you, Jeanne, and says, "You really should put that in a bun."
She kind of turns to Courage and she says, "It's the way my mother's done it since I was a child. It's hard to let go of."
All right, if it works for you. She scratches her cheek.
And, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you can go ahead. I was going to switch to the next scene.
Yeah, I was just gonna say she kind of, like, gives Courage then, like, a nod of glad you understand, and just walks on out.
Philippe, Nora. You see
Yes, God.
Colonel Baji start to walk over to you.
Philippe was just like checking in with Nora about how it went to see if there was anything to notice, but he'll interrupt the conversation and render a salute to the colonel.
Nora will do the same.
He returns it. Good work, Bishop.
Thank you, sir.
I would have liked to have eliminated that stronghold, but no pursual. He scratches the back of his head. However, can I talk to you two in private?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The two of you are brought over to an office in the air department. Technically, it's Major Fowl's office, and he turns to the both of you and says, "Well, Philippe, here's the bad news. With replacements, with the rate of replacements we're getting, especially with our standards, we're going to be down a CAG for at least 4 months." If it had just been Fowls, I would have just... Captain Davino would have just taken over. When you told me, and what the colonies told me, hey, both of them bit it. You can see my predicament.
Yes, sir. Being down a CAG is a bad situation for us to be in this early into the operation.
We'll make do. Good news for you, Philippe, though, and Nora. As the two most senior officers we have, pilots, that means you two are in charge.
Understood, sir.
Yes, sir.
Philippe?
Yes, sir.
Consider yourself a captain. I'll get the paperwork to you by the end of tomorrow.
Philippe kind of, his mouth opens for a second, hangs, and then he closes it and just nods.
It's just Brevra at Guerre.
Yes, understood.
Soon as a new CAG shows up, you're going to get bumped back. Sorry to say.
What's wrong?
It was fine.
What was that, Paradox?
Paradox is hot biking. It's he's talking to his sibling in the bed.
I thought Nora was offering limp like, damn, this early. How you feeling about this, Philippe?
You know, he's here to do his duty. This is not how he expected his first month of combat action in Saturn to go, but he's here now, and he'll do the best he can with the position.
Hell of a first fight.
Is there anything else, sir?
No, that'll be it. Good job out there.
Understood, sir. Should I be taking over Major Fowl's paperwork now? He kind of looks at the desk, trying to figure out if he's meant to be doing this.
Go talk to Shot, Pitbull, and let me just... I go by double check the names. Shock, Pitbull, and Get Snow.
Understood, sir. Callaghan, you handle debriefing our flight. I'll go handle this then.
Yes, sir.
He'll again look to the colonel, waiting to be dismissed.
Get your ass out there.
Sir, and he'll head on out and start looking.
Philippe, you can almost swear he'd mutter fucking the word slowpoke. Just to himself.
Fair enough.
You know, on the ship, Philippe, you've just sort of realized that's sort of his catchphrase whenever he doesn't like a situation or a person.
Yeah, he's not exactly thrilled with the idea that the guy who just gave him a brevet, it's a 50-50 on if he hates him or is just annoyed with the situation. I mean, you know, Philippe's a first lieutenant in his first tour in Saturn. He's now been made CAG. And while he's pretty happy with his performance as an officer in this fight, you know, he obeyed orders, they achieved a victory, and he kept the squadron organized, and, you know, they pulled, like on his end, it's a flawless victory, like, in terms of what they managed to do. But his performance as a pilot, he's not quite happy with how that went, and he's also not happy that the major and captain are dead already. Like, it's rather ominous odds, it seems, to be involved in the line of secession for CAG here.
Hey, just don't
And,
die.
you know,
Then Nora gets the spot.
yeah, now maybe his captain, colonel, hates him, which is not inspiring in confidence. So he's gonna go find
You're gonna go find who?
Shock.
I see.
He's kind of in shock.
I see. However, there's one thing we need to accomplish before that. Nora, you have a task.
Yes.
Apparently, it's wrestling the colonel in the office is the task by the Saturn.
I'm just,
Wait.
imagining Nora hitting a JoJo pose.
Yeah, like,
Hold on. I missed that. Why am I wrestling?
You're not, but we just heard like a thud and like a chain rattling in your mic.
I just assumed
Like,
it was
you're
a
just-
big dog.
Yeah.
And
All right, what's my task?
you gotta go debrief rest of the flight on account of the fact that it is now Philippe's job to debrief the other flights and get their after action reports.
All right. Nora will head back to gather the gaggle.
Jamie, how are you feeling?
Imagine the like post-op jitters are probably setting in because that's like a whole dump of adrenaline that has to be worked through. But he's quietly pleased with like he didn't get killed. He got a good hit even if it didn't score a kill and did everything he was ordered to. As far as he's concerned, that's the best possible outcome. And then they all came back.
Always a good day when everyone gets to go home.
Well, almost everyone. Shady about the CAG and XO, but we weren't even there for that. So there's no sense in beating himself up over it.
And then Nora comes back without Philippe.
John's gonna look at this and be like, "Did First Lieutenant get in trouble?"
No. Philippe has been given a battlefield promotion. In a sense. He has become acting CAG now. Well, he's captain. So, how did the mission go for you?
It went about as well as one could hope, ma'am. I managed to attack the enemy and managed to inflict enough damage to make them retreat. As far as I'm aware, that's enough of success for me. And we inflicted enough losses, and our personal squadron managed to come back unharmed.
Good. Jamie?
Yeah, things went as well as we could have hoped for.
Courage?
She looks up from sharpening her sword. It went fine.
Well, at least you all did well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, just got hit with classical music applause.
What?
I'm listening to the playlist I had, and one of the songs just had loud applause in the background.
That's our non-existent fans in this scene. Anyways, Philippe,
Yes, God.
you find Shock. It looks like she's busted out her alcohol ration.
Philippe will kind of greet her, going, Chloe, can I talk to you for a
Wait, did you say Cleric?
Chloe.
Oh, just making sure I heard that right. Yeah? What is it, Philippe? She turns over to
Well,
you.
they just made me a brevet captain and made me acting CAG, so I have to debrief everyone.
Ah. Well, congratulations, I guess.
I suppose. I just can do the best I can, I suppose. I'm saying I suppose too much, I suppose. Damn it. Anyway. How's everything with your flight?
Uh, a little bit. And got a kill. That was good. I think it's going to go to his head, though. Gotta beat some sense into him.
You have discretion over the management of your own flight after.
Yeah. Oh, also, Philippe,
Yes.
you have like total confidence as a CAG. You know, you might be a soft-hearted bitch, but I think you're good at your job.
He kind of just, at first he squints at her, wondering if she's being sincere, but then she calls him a bitch, and he goes, classic Chloe, essentially, and laughs. And goes, well, thank you for the vote of confidence. I'll do my best. At least I can promise not to get you killed in stupid ways.
Well, that's always a plus.
All right, and how are you holding up after the operation?
Ah, fine. Use a damn smoke, though.
He will take a cigarette out of his pocket and out of a pack in his pocket and offer it to her.
Thanks. See you later in the lounge.
See you in the lounge.
She pockets the smoke.
and he will depart to go check on the rest of the unit. Its officers.
You walk up to Lieutenant Love. Reagan Love. Call sign gets
Lieutenant
Love. You see him sort of like checking over his walker frame. He see him like jump like ever so slightly. He looks up. Yeah, Philippe?
Just informing you that with the death of CAG and the XO, I've been promoted to acting CAG and brevet captain, so they've given me the job to check in on everyone on your flights. How are you holding up?
Good.
How's your flight?
I think Scott's not taking it terribly well. Philippe, you know this as call sign Siesta. Scott Rowland, second lieutenant.
Yeah. All right. He'll nod and go.
He was.
Is it going to be a problem or?
Well, he was really fond of Davino.
All right. I'll check in on with him directly then and see if I can talk to him.
So I think I'm gonna have to talk to Peter.
Peter? What's wrong with Peter?
Well, Banker went out ahead without me telling him to.
Well, he was being mentored by Courage recently, so maybe he's trying to emulate her?
How? Okay, you tell Courage to stop doing that, then? I really don't want to write a letter home. I'd rather leave the crazy shit to the aces.
I agree, but if Courage sees potential in him, there is the argument to be made that he might have the potential to be an ace.
Gets no looks at you funny, Philippe. As if to say, what are you talking about?
Well, if you think about it statistically, this unit is already made up of high-performing pilots, right? We can concur on that.
Yeah, everyone here is good. Really good.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly, or it wouldn't be statistically improbable, I should say, for the anomaly of there being two aces in the squadron to manifest. If Courage is taking the time to directly try to build up his skills and confidence, and he's trying to emulate her, what I'm making an argument of is that there is the chance he could pull it off.
Well, if anyone's going to be second ace, I don't think it's going to be Banker, sir. Like, Pitbull's a better pilot. Hell, well, Father is a better pilot. And Getsno is talking about Fifth Flight, your two flaunches.
Yeah.
Which are
and
electronic warfare vehicles.
Yeah. And Philippe will just say, it's not about piloting skill, though, always. If you remember your history, when the first fighting aces first came around on Old Earth, it was nothing to do with them being good pilots. It was other skills they possessed. Marksmanship, aggression, the ability to choose where their fights happen. Piloting skill was almost tertiary to the other parts. Does Banker have any other unique skills you've noticed in how he behaves as a pilot?
Well, he's a go-getter, I'll give him that, but, like... Look, I think if we encourage him too much, he's going to get himself killed.
Well, your flight lead. I'm only acting CAG. I'm hardly going to argue with it. If you want, I'll have a word with Courage to see if I can get her to restrain her.
It's like, he has a whole thing about being seen as brave, as far as I can tell.
Well, he's Lunan, right?
Yeah.
I suppose that would give you a chip on your shoulder. I'll have a word with him directly. See if I can talk some sense into him.
Yeah. Thanks.
Of course. Let me know if you need anything else.
Want me to go handle Scott then? I know him better than you.
Yeah, I think that would be best. It might be a little awkward for him to have the new CAG try to talk to him early. I'll handle it. Yeah, we'll do it that way. I'll handle Peter, you handle Scott.
He nods. Good luck, Bishop.
Good luck, love. All right, and he will leave.
Where to next? You want to go talk to Pitbull or Peter first?
Let's do Pitbull, get the debriefing done, and then we can probably let the others do something, and then he'll talk to.
Alrighty.
I feel bad. I'm hogging a lot of space here, so to speak, with these.
You go find Katareth Milivov. One of your dragonfly pilots.
Hey, Pitbull.
She looks up. Bishop.
Just checking in. Been appointed acting captain. Brevet captain.
Already?
Yeah. He just kind of looks a little sour for a moment, but brushes it off and continues. Just wanted to check in on you and your flight.
Yeah, Brown's doing fine.
And yourself?
Good, if those colleagues could do their damn jobs.
What happened?
Well, I had to go break off because they were harassing a helium-3 tanker.
What? A tanker?
Yeah.
What sort of morons would it... we're here for helium and the people of this planet.
And that's what I was trying to tell them. I think they were trying to shake him down for money. They gave some bullshit excuse about getting a $8 ping.
Next time it happens, call me and I'll task over Walker Frame.
All right.
I'd rather not have to send Walker Frames in the middle of a fight, but we can't. Yeah, I'd also rather the collies get in the fight.
She looks exasperated.
Philippe is going to actually try to reassure her that she did the right thing and, to be proud of that at least. And he's just going to say, look, you did the best you could and you did good. Well done. And, I'm actually going to try to roll expression here.
Expression charm.
So yeah. I'm going to use a narrative point to reroll that. That was a 6 and a 5. I'm getting suspicious of these dice, Gomon. They may need to be taken out for anti-Soviet behavior at this rate.
What? No.
I can't believe it. Gomine went to your house and placed Soviet dice under your Christmas tree.
That's 8 successes.
That's a very Stasi thing for me to have done.
Yeah, I know. You're going to tilt my paintings?
To think you're going psycho?
That's how Sophia announces the divorce, I say. Anyways, yeah, so... that is 8 successes on the pep talk, essentially.
She looks reassured and, sort of sighs. And rubs her head. Yeah. You doing all right, Philippe?
Well, I don't don't get me wrong. I had hoped to at some point be in a position similar to this, but it is not exactly cause for celebration when you're filling in for not just one person's boots, but 2. But keep that between us, huh?
Understood, sir.
Also, the next time those collies do something like that, you have my full permission to use your own discretion regarding how to deal with them when I task the Walker Frames.
It gives you a smile. All right. Jamie.
Yeah.
I believe there's something you said you wanted to do.
Yeah, he's gonna go find Urban. I assume the scuttlebutt is he managed to snag a kill on the last sortie.
Yeah, actually, you see Urban's Nani has skipped writing the after action for it. He went straight for the paint cam. He's adding a tally mark.
Is that his first one, or is
Very
he
first
scored?
one.
He'll wander over and just say congratulations.
You know, if he was to be standing in gravity, it feels like he'd be bouncing on his feet. And he then Side Saddle turns to you, Jamie, and says, "Thanks, got that son of a bitch."
What was it? One of the werewolves?
No, it was a Wanyudo. Got him one shot though, right through the cockpit. Sucker must have been fucking cooked.
We were kind of like blink at just the like sheer enthusiasm he has for this. Well, be quick.
He stops for a second, and Urban turns to you and says, "You ever wonder what it feels like to get evaporated? Vaporized? You think it hurts at all?"
I mean, not for long, but yeah, I probably would. We were just kind of stopped because there's like that's a strange line of questioning out of Urban.
Well, he stops and turns to you, like brings
But
his
as a spacer, yeah, he probably thinks about this sort of stuff all the time. What's it like to get spaced? What's it like to explosive decompression? What's it like? He just kind of like loses himself, like pondering all these horrifically unpleasant scenarios for a few seconds.
He just turns like with his hands out like in front of him. So like the beams travel like the speed of a gun, right? And you know it's in one end, out the other, at the same speed. You think your brain has enough time to process what's going on before you're totally dust?
I've never before considered that until right this instant. And now I don't know if I'm going to be thinking about anything else for the rest of the day.
Well, if you have any more thoughts on it, please let me know.
Understood. This thus concludes Weaver's one attempt per day at like small talk.
What, you score any kills?
Scored a hit, but he got away.
Damn.
Cleric had the same thing happen.
Hey,
Not a bad first outing.
hey, once you get your first kill, I'll buy you a drink, Lace.
Sounds good. I guess I'll buy you one tonight.
Thank you.
That Weaver will like wave and head out.
Jeanne, is there anything you're doing?
That is a fantastic question, DM. I can improve. I already did my pastime improve. I'm not really too sure, if I'm gonna be honest. If you want, you can throw someone at me and see what happens.
One of the Flondark's pilots, you know, the electronic warfare craft, they're quite big. Walks over.
Right.
He's technically the captain of that craft. David Mothers, call sign Mother. This is a man, by the way.
Yes, I'm aware. I could have guessed by the first name. What's his rank?
First lieutenant, and the other Flondyke pilot, and also the captain of their craft, is Rose Carver, call sign Father. You see the theme with Fifth Flight.
Yeah, I think I'm getting. But yes, she kind of looks to him and gives him a short salute of like, "How can I help you, First Lieutenant?"
Oh, just checking in with everybody. This was your first sortie, right? First combat, an encounter?
Yes, sir.
You feeling all right?
She kind of looks at herself a bit as she just says, "It was a bit
Much?
no, it was a bit tense, a bit nerve-wracking, but I managed to perform my duty and managed to keep the people in my squadron safe. I would have nearly taken one of them out if they hadn't turned tail and run. Not that I have any issue with that, of course. I'd much rather they retreat than having to take their lives, but if it comes to that,
That's a good way to think about it, at Chevalier.
thank you, sir.
Just don't let anything get to you. If you need to take a break, take it. We're gonna be out here for a while. We don't want you to go insane, over this.
She kind of like
And by this, he like gestures all around, like the all of it.
yeah, she kind of gives out like a small like sigh, the one of like a laugh, but it's kind of a sigh. She's like, I'd also want to keep my sanity here, sir.
He smiles. Well, we'll have to all return to civilian life sooner or later. Tell me about yourself, Cleric. Where'd you grow up? You sound like a belter.
I grew up in Nouvelle Ruin, sir. It's a smaller colony near the fuck, what was their name? What were they called again? 1 second.
Checking your character
I grew
notes.
up yeah, it's a smaller colony near the Jovian Greek by the border.
Oh, you grew up near the border. Anywhere near Sylvia?
Sylvia?
Major colony?
It was most Sylvia? Well, I never had the opportunity to go there myself, but it was around that we could realistically make the travel. I was mostly busy working, sir.
Oh, what did you do? Mining?
Yes, sir. Mining and refinery, mostly.
How'd you end up in the Space Army? I thought the only Space Army recruiting centers were in the inner colonies. Wouldn't you have signed up for the Colonial Army of the Belt?
The first lieutenant, or captain, actually, Captain Guerre, was assigned near my hometown. There's a small church fair that I often visit for my religious reasons, and he happened to stop by one day. We had a conversation, and he said that I should join the army. He offered to help bring my family out of the state that most belters are in, took them to Earth. There, I decided to join up with him. And, well, once I was at the inner colonies, I signed up to one of the local schools and managed to get my training underway.
Wow, from living on the Belt to living on old Earth. That's one upgrade.
I'm really blessed to have met she cuts herself again. The captain. I owe it a lot to and I'm just trying to do my best to repay the favor.
And well, I'm sure the captain feels better knowing he has you looking out for her.
I can only hope so. Though he does seem to at least like my coffee.
Small mercies, am I right?
Small mercies indeed, sir.
Well, I'll see you around, Cleric. I'm gonna go check on Scott.
Understood, sir. Please continue your work. Thanks for keeping an eye on us with your aircraft.
Well, someone has to look after all of you jockeys.
That's an excellent point. I'll try my best to be careful so I lessen your workload. And she gives him like a smile.
I appreciate the thought.
And Jeanne will go her separate way, feeling a little better with that conversation.
Nora.
Or will float away, actually.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Nora's looking at their walker frame, kind of taking note of any of the damages that were caused by the suppressing fire, but I assume there's not just maybe like scratches and paint.
Actually,
And
it's the only thing that happened is that you got a glancing hit on you, but the anti-beam coating ate most of it. You'll just have to reapply on the shoulder. Shouldn't be too hard of a fix.
takes note of that. To hand it off to the engineers or mechanics.
You feel a tap on your shoulder, Nora.
Nora turns.
It's a shock. She like points with her thumbs over to the door. Want to get a smoke in the lounge?
Sure.
Two
Nora will
start
follow.
walking. So, how's Philippe, the old boy?
Good commander.
Let me
Better
gu-
than the collies.
Let me guess, his heart still bleeds.
Is that what everyone says about him?
Yeah, I actually knew him back in the belt. Good
see.
officer. Won't shut up though.
I've noticed that with Courage.
Well, yeah, Courage is nuts though, so she's nuts and she's popular. Great combination. Thing is, Philippe was nuts and unpopular. Very bad combination.
What a fascinating group I've entered.
Oh, it gets worse. You want to know what we called him?
Hmm.
Well, we wanted to give him a call sign Pinko, but the major said no, so we went with Heretic instead.
The major stopped it?
Yeah, they said it was unbecoming. The two of you enter the lounge and start to walk over to a seat. This is one of the few rooms aboard the ship where you can take a smoke, because there are vents to take away the fumes.
Of course, the smoke vent.
You see, on Federation ships, there is a smoking lounge, because it's the only place you could smoke. This is the officer's one, though. The upholstery is better.
Of course. Like my slightly better leathers.
She starts to light up. You know he voted.
Nora also lights up.
You know he votes socialist every single time.
Socialist?
Yeah. You know the Socialist Federation Socialist Party?
I've never been one for politics. My family, we always kept focused on the military sides of things.
Ah. Yeah. I suppose there are worse things. Especially with Martians in politics, am I right?
What did she just fucking say?
She's also a Martian.
Martians in politics. Right. I would prefer us to stay in the military than politics.
I think
Those
everyone
beat them
would.
with the sword.
I think everyone prefers that. You know, when we get political, Federation has to go deal with more rebels.
Right. Would I know where she's from?
Yeah, she's speaking to you in English.
Fair.
sort of moon speak are you talking?
Sorry.
I don't know. Smile and maintain eye contact.
For the viewers, for the second Martian troubles, the long space war that the Federation basically lost, the Provos.
Yep. Nora just looks at them. What side were your family on?
Oh, mine. Oh, Ema.
Yeah.
At least back during the second troubles. My uncle,
I see.
was executed. Second to last man ever executed on Mars. If you can believe that. Although, I don't understand why my great-great-grandfather fought for the colonials during the long space war. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Oh,
How about you?
mine tend to not talk about their involvement as much.
Ah, so still
I
active.
do know. I do know quite a few of them were, let's say, politically inclined against the Federation.
How diplomatic of you. If you keep talking like that, if you ever get out of the military, you might just make a good. She starts to faux put down bile in her throat. Politician.
I'd rather die.
You see her laugh.
Do you have any plans after? If there's an after?
Nah. I'll do my 20.
I just plan to stay in as long as possible.
Oh, what? Want to make general someday?
Hopefully not, but that's what I have to do.
If you stick around long enough, they'll just force you up.
You're right.
Plus, get out of the space army. You can go talk to the territorials on Mars, I guess. I bet they wouldn't mind on giving you a brigade to play around with. Not like many people are signing up to be territorials.
I've heard mixed things on territorials. I would avoid such a post.
Well, we'll be back home at the very least.
You're right about that.
Not these foreign lands of the Federation.
Well, at least we're fighting someone worth fighting. Could be worse. Could be in the belt.
Yeah, Belters never want to fucking fight. And when they do, they always run away too quickly.
Weak-willed, quick to run.
And with the mention of Belters, Philippe, you enter the O Club.
Philippe nods to them all and goes over to join.
Oh, Philippe.
Sir, some of my best friends are Belters.
Nora, Chloe, what's going on?
We're just talking
were
about
just speaking about-
territorials. And, the war and all that.
It's an honorable profession being in the territorial army.
Of course you'd say that.
Hmm?
Of course you'd say that.
Why is that so to type? He kind of tilts his head.
It's like a boy. You're like a Boy Scout. You know that, right?
I suppose so. I did participate in the scouting programs back on Terra, so that would be literally.
They still have those on Earth? Oh, no. I was making a joke.
Of course, we have to learn proper custodianship of our work.
Oh no.
Teaches values of civic duty, environmental consciousness, and gets us used to working together.
Environmental consciousness.
Come now, you cannot tell me that as a Martian you are unfamiliar with environmental consciousness.
I'm familiar. It's just, well, the Federation has not been well about that.
Well, whatever do you mean? It's one of the few things that gets the entire Terran delegation of the United Nations of Earth to vote as one, is assisting the terraforming process on Mars.
If it works for the Lunans, of course.
No, even when the Lunans are being stingy, when the Martian and Terra delegates vote together, they can't do anything. You really weren't lying when you said you don't pay attention to politics, were you? He kind of just smiles wryly, then glances at Chloe.
Oh,
Right.
oh, Red Priest. She brings up her hands. What is your wisdom then?
In what way?
Well, I don't know. Just say for the purpose of academics, this war that we're here fighting. If you're so smart.
Well, this war is one of the greatest tragedies that befall humanity. It is ripping the sacred union apart, and we are killing our own citizens on a near daily basis. But because it is our duty to do so, we have no choice but to continue. I would be very happy if the Republic of Saturn and all these other rebel groups tomorrow declared that they wish to rejoin the Union. But we can't allow humanity to fracture into multiple flags again.
She mimes a toast with her cigarette. For the Federation.
For the Federation, he nods. And then looks over at Nora. Though I do want to revisit what you were saying about Mars. What about it do you feel that Mars has not been given in terms of environmental stuff?
Go mine.
Yeah.
Where is Mars regarding terraforming?
Agriculture has just started within your lifetime. Like your parents would have been the very first generation of farmers on Mars. It's still kind of cold though.
Nora just looks at Philippe. I feel that all these other areas of the Federation are still being paid attention to more than Mars. Even though Mars is sending most of its children out there.
An interesting point. None can deny the valor and sacrifice of Martians across generations for the Federation. Though, I would point out that, unlike, say, the Belt, where much of it just flat out isn't livable, that isn't the case on Mars. The terraforming efforts are paying off. I could have sworn I heard a story recently that, or not even recently, but wasn't there the first harvest crop of, what was that crop you managed to plant, Chloe, recently?
I think it was grapes actually.
Ag graves on Mars. It's a feat. That is a feat of humanity in the Federation. But they could barely grow their own anything in the Belt, for example. What was your home like, Nora?
I'd rather not speak of my home.
Fair enough, then. I can tell you what the average Belter's home is. Though Chloe has heard this plenty before. The average belter lives in a space no larger than the supply closet on this ship for cleaning. Families can't even live together in a lot of instances. They have their own separate abodes that they reside in.
I do not agree that the Federation should ignore the belt either. The belt has been causing its own issues.
Well, to be fair, they're only following the blueprint Mars set out, no?
So you'd blame Mars for this?
I would merely point out that Mars is the most successful example of an armed struggle against the Federation that won concessions from the government. I don't blame Mars for anything. But was it not your ancestors who set this precedent of armed resistance?
You're not wrong.
Hey, Philippe, Chloe says.
Yeah?
Please don't make me call Riley and McMead a hero of the nation, a son of a bitch.
he kind of laughs at that. And we'll just say, look, Riley McMead was a great pilot. And that is the best, that is perhaps the safest thing we could say on the man, no?
Yes.
Well, they didn't call him the Red Death for nothing.
So, all that said, really the true tragedy is that from Mars to the Belt to here on Saturn, that people feel the need to fight against the Federation. We are meant to live in a democracy where their voices are heard. But the current system isn't allowing their voices to be heard, so they go to armed struggle. It's a crime that Mars doesn't have the same amount of delegates as the Earth or Luna in the Assembly. And it's an equal crime that the delegates of Saturn are part of Luna's control.
You just hear Chloe mutter, fucking Lunans. Ruining everything.
Yeah, same thing. Just fucking lemons.
Really, that's what it comes down to, is there needs to be... Well, I'm not allowed to make political statements while in uniform or in public, especially now that I've been promoted. He kind of rubs his face. But it's undeniable that the current system has its faults, and when you cannot address those faults in a peaceful manner, what other path is left for you other than to follow that of the heroes of Mars?
You make a good point, Philippe.
Thank you. I'm glad you're open-minded to hearing it. Not many are, to be honest. But we're all products of our society. He waves his hand.
Chloe says, you know, it's a bit different when you're talking to a major about this sort of thing as a second lieutenant, you know.
Ah, my. I thought it was the duty of our seniors to educate their youth. But apparently, education means court-martial.
It was an inquiry, by the way. She turns to you, Nora.
Inquiry?
Inquiry is what they call a court-martial when they don't want to make it a trial.
All right.
And it was only the first inquiry, as a reminder, Chloe. There were several.
Yeah, what was the second one on? I know the first was for, she does a voice. Nice. Secessionist sentiments.
The second was when someone talked to the major about my voting record, for although it is not a crime to vote for a legal party of the Federation, according to some superior officers, it is unbecoming conduct of an officer to vote for a particular party.
What a sack of horse shit.
Yeah, democracy thrives when there is a free exchange of ideas, and it suffers when those ideas are stifled in the name of convenience. But, he smiles, it was a load of horseshit. That said, what has brought on this attitude, Chloe? Normally, you don't care to indulge my political lectures and rambles.
No, I just think I find it funny. Especially with, she points over to you, Nora, her here. I got an
Fair enough.
outside perspective on the show.
I see.
I still think
Oh my.
your politics are fucking dog water. You.
Then what would you prefer?
Mars in charge. We know best. Not like the lunatics give a shit about Earth. Earth, I think you can agree with me on that.
I wouldn't disagree that I think overall the Federation would benefit from increased Martian representation and authority. After all, as you said earlier, the Martians are the ones doing so much of the bleeding and fighting for our sacred union. Really, what I would like to see is my fellow Terrans enlist more en masse as well. We have a long history of service, and we are neglecting that service too much, I feel, these days. So yes, I do agree with you, Mars deserves more authority over matters, but I cannot agree that Mars should be in charge any more than I think Luna or Terra should be in charge. We should be an equal union, no?
I don't know about that. No offense, Philippe, but Terrans really don't give a shit what happens outside their rock.
Now that's not fair. Am I not here?
Yeah, and how many other Terrans are aboard this ship? It's courage.
Touche.
It's just courage. On a ship of 300 plus people, it is 2.
Touche. There is a lack of civic mindedness among Terrans these days, except for the diplomatic service. Though that is where I would point out how many of Martians are in the diplomatic service.
What was it? Quarter?
Barely that, I think.
And then almost the entirety rest of it is Terrans. We also play a key role in much of the civic administration until you get to Gagarin. And one cannot forget that the Soul Federation was born from the spirit of collaboration that was started in the United Nations of Earth.
I don't know. It feels like Earth, once they gave Luna all those delegates, really just sort of like try to fuck off to their rock and let the Lunans handle everything. And look where that got us. Like, literally look around you.
There I will not disagree. Like I said, it is a shame. The current situation is indeed a shame. But until they wake up, they will just continue their sleepwalk.
Philippe.
Hmm?
You see Banker walk in.
Philippe will wave and will kind of beckon him to join them.
Sir? Did you need something?
Just wanted to see if you'd care to join us.
He looks down at the more experienced first lieutenant, as the most junior rank person here, and sits down. Kind of awkwardly. Chloe looks at him funny.
On the topic of individuals defying their homeland, I'd say Banker here has certainly shown well enough that all the criticism is not warranted. No.
Well, it's him and Mother. What, 10 other Lunans on board?
That's more than Terrans.
And then Banker says...
Still a rarity.
Then Banker asks, Sir, what are we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about Luna's complicity in the current geopolitical situation in the solar system. And I'm using you as a case example of how we can't generalize.
You see Banker get kind of uncomfortable. I see.
It's a compliment, Banker.
He doesn't say anything, but you get the impression he doesn't feel like it's one.
Though, on that note, actually, I do have something I have to speak to you about in private, so come with me, would you?
Oh, yeah,
Chloe,
yeah.
Noah, Nora, and he nods to both.
Nora nods.
Banker scrambles after you. Sir, what
All
was
right.
this about?
Well, I realized it perhaps wasn't wise to leave you in the den of the Martian Amazonians. And beyond that, I had a specific thing I needed to discuss with you. What was that with you breaking formation in combat today?
Oh, well, they were right there. We're and he looks like he's about to. See, he says, like, as if he's quoting something. Hang. Doctrine says we as junior officers need to show an aggressive spirit, and where we see the enemy, attack them.
Of course, that is true. But what does doctrine say about following your superior's orders?
But they were right there. If we just had moved up 500 meters, we could have got a shot off, all three of us.
But what were your orders?
He looks like he's like opening and closing his mouth. Stay in formation.
So why did you disobey your orders? Which is a court-martialable offense in the military, Peter.
Well, I want to pull my weight.
Philippe puts a hand on his shoulder. Peter, no one doubts you are pulling your weight. In fact, I think you have the potential to be the next ace of this squadron. But you aren't going to do that if you disobey orders and recklessly charge ahead. I know, Courage does it, you might be thinking. But I, as Courage commanding officer, give her the leeway to do it now. And I'm fairly certain her previous ones did something similar. If you disobey orders, either you're going to get yourself killed, or you're going to force your flight lead to report you to me, which will eventually force me to put you before a court-martial. Is that the example you want to set?
No, sir.
Look, Peter, I'm a Terran out here. I understand to some degree how you feel, and I do mean that sincerely. But we show others that they are wrong by considered action, not reckless action. You have nothing to prove to anyone but yourself at this point. Do you understand me? And I'm willing to make a roll for this, by the way. I still have that expression.
Leadership charm.
That is a 1 and a 1. Finally, the dice have cooperated.
That's a critical
It was,
success.
Of all things, for encouraging Banker to not be recklessly and, like pep him up, so to speak. You know what? I'll take it. If Philippe's going to do this for people, we got to get the jokes running going.
Thing is, like, that's the most Philippe thing you could have done.
Exactly.
This is... all right.
We love a critical success in this house.
The dice tell stories.
After rolling sixes the entirety of the session.
I think it's just really funny if you just like keep flubbing combat rolls, but the moment you talk,
that would be very funny.
Peter will remember this.
He certainly will, I think.
You did roll a crit. I'm sure you have unlocked the secret Peter doesn't fucking die route or something.
I think Gomine's calculating what this would do to his psyche.
I'm kind of also letting you work your magic. And by you, I mean Peri. It says, anything else, sir?
Yes. Get some rest, and then make sure you show up to more sword practice with Courage. It wouldn't do to leave a woman waiting, would it?
He blushes. Yes, sir.
Good man.
Don't kill yourself, young man. There's two.
What?
Don't worry about it.
All right. Dismissed. And Philippe will wave him off.
He salutes.
Do I get a vibe on how he's feeling now?
He feels less like a bundle of nerves about to attack the first random thing he sees.
All right, noted. Hey, Gomon.
Yeah?
I trigger Observant. Once per session, automatically succeed in empathy or investigate check as if you had a critical success. How do I help him moving forward? What does he need from this point on?
Well, Peter's main neurosis is the fact that he feels like he has to single-handedly undo Lunan's bad reputation within the Federation. Specifically, if you were to talk to Courage, she would explain Peter feels that the entire stereotype hurts him like physically. He's like repulsed by it, of like Lunans being greedy cowards. So the entire reason why he is in the military is to prove he is not a greedy coward. If you were to talk to Lieutenant Love, he would mention that Peter, if there's anything dangerous or extra work to do, he is the first to volunteer every single time.
So how do I help him get over this hurdle moving forward and get him into a more stable position as a soldier?
Find things that do not expose him or his teammates, but make him feel like he's contributing. So long as like it doesn't feel like busy work, he'll get over it.
Okay, noted.
You probably feel like the worst thing that could happen is to like constantly bring up the whole Lunans are greedy or Lunans are cowards thing. That would like just put it back at the forefront of his mind, which would be counterproductive.
What about arguing against the stereotype itself? Kind of like Philippe was earlier.
That would also be another good avenue of attack.
Okay, noted.
Granted, it is a pretty deeply held stereotype in a lot of parts of the Federation. So you'd have your work
Yes,
cut out for
but
you.
I don't need to change the Federation's opinion on the stereotype. I just need to change Peter's self-loathing about the stereotype. Because really, once his self-worth and confidence hits a certain point, yeah, it's annoying, but he'll probably be able to brush it off.
Yeah, but he's not at that point currently. But
Well, that's I know.
You
but
know what you need
that's
to do,
like,
though.
Yes, exactly. All right, so yeah, Philippe will just watch him go, making note of this in his head. And now you all see why I took Observant. Nothing will be hidden from me.
You open your third eye, parentheses, you click the button for your special ability.
Yeah, you made a bonus that allows me to actually do that now, which is hilarious.
It's been around for a while.
But I didn't have a chance to use it, so I'm happy to use it now. All right, I think that's a good place to scene transition.
Jeanne, what are you up to?
Fantastic question. Utterly fantastic. I'm not sure, to be honest, again. What can I do, Director? Is there anything I can do?
Well, you can go join everyone smoking in the O Club, but I don't know how you feel about smoking.
Yeah, she's not a smoker.
Nora at some point leave to do some other things.
Jeanne?
Yes.
Courage looks over to you with an idea, and she says,
Oh boy.
we're Dragoons, right? That's what the squadron's named after. We're the Jutland Dragoons of the Solar Federation Space Army.
She's gonna slowly turn her head to Courage. As Philippe as everyone on the ship has gathered that she's quite the how to say, firebrand, hothead,
Impulsive.
suicidal,
impulsive,
Daredevil.
crazy, insane, want to be Bonaparte, thinks we're still in the French Revolution or in the Napoleonic Wars.
She
Many
does
words.
carry her sword around literally everywhere, wants to use it, has
it's
issued
true.
duel challenges to enemy commanders.
It's true, she has done all that, and Jeanne's gonna look at her and give her a smile. You know, that the nice smile of John, and just then say, that would be correct. What's her rank again? Second lieutenant.
Second lieutenant.
That would be correct, Courage.
You think Philippe would be okay if we carried our swords into battle? Like all of us.
I'm gonna have to think about. Okay, let's think about it. Can I make a roll to peer into how Jeanne might
Keen empathy
Inter-
+1. You know the man.
keen empathy plus? That's a 7.
And then Courage says, like, everyone's kind of feeling low right now, and I feel like it'd be good for unit pride.
That's a 6. No, not 7x. That's a 6. 2 successes.
Yeah, Peri. How would Philippe feel about this?
Peri, if you would, please.
If he would not come up with the idea himself, but if he was pitched the idea, he would enthusiastically encourage it because of what it would do for esprit de corps.
She thinks about it for a moment, and realizing that yes, he would indeed fuck with it, she kind of gives Courage a nod. She says, I don't believe the captain would be opposed to it.
You see Courage get a big smile. You wouldn't happen to know where Captain Philippe is?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, was still talking with the ship captain. But if I were to guess, he's most likely at a recreational area at the moment.
I'm gonna go check the Oak Club. You see Courage start to float away.
John kind of sighs and just decides to follow her just because. Just because. I mean, I'm pretty sure one of the things Philippe first gave her when she got on board was like, Jeanne, good to see you. Could you please keep an eye on the second lieutenant?
Basically, everyone got that talk, so yeah, like
You see, if you stop looking at Courage, there's like a 25% chance she gets herself into a life-threatening situation on her own initiative.
It's like a baby trying to eat a battery or put a fork in a fucking spark plug.
Granted, there's like a 90% chance she kills the thing that's trying to kill her first.
Yeah. But like if we hit the 10% chance, it's not gonna be we're all gonna our asses
Deep shit.
We're in deep shit. So it's better to not play the game at all.
You arrive at the Oak Club. With everyone having gone back in. And so Philippe and Peter are back and they're smoking again.
Philippe is not smoking, as a heads up. He carries cigarettes, but he tries to avoid smoking.
I see.
Carries it for other people.
How responsible. Are you at least taking a drink?
Yeah, but a very, like, watered down one.
That's all right.
Good.
Actually, this reminds me, Peri, you do have a special thing for this. You don't have to use it right now,
yeah?
but remember Sophia's gift. Anyways, then Courage and Jeanne barge back in. They barge into the Oak Club. He says, Captain!
Ah, yes, Courage. He kind of is surprised. He didn't even know she knew he was the captain yet. Like,
so congratulations.
I wish it was under better circumstances, but thank you. And I won't be a captain for long.
Well, from what the Major said, Sorry. From what the colonel said, it's gonna be at least 4 months. Anyways, and she throws her hands up. I have an idea, sir. So morale's pretty low right now.
By the way, I would like to note John is standing behind Courage, looking at Philippe with a face that just says, "Please humor her, sir."
Right? I'm correct in my assessment.
I would say so. Go on.
And this squadron's the Jutling Dragoons, right?
Yes, our honorary chief is the King of Denmark, and senior officers of the unit get knighthoods in a special ceremony.
And Dragoons are a kind of cavalry, yes?
Well, technically they were mounted infantry historically, but I see your point.
We should carry our swords on us at all times.
All right, permission granted.
I think it would be good for morale, especially considering what happened.
Yeah, all right. Philippe nods. Permission granted. The squadron's pilots may carry their swords into the cockpit with them and in the field and generally around, into any area where weapons are not generally restricted. Let it be so. He takes a sip of his drink.
No, like, we all do it.
You want it to be mandatory?
Yes.
He kind of looks over at Chloe to read her opinion.
She looks amused.
Philippe takes a moment and actually swears, fuck it, why not? As of this, consider it done. Nora, could you type up an order for it?
He's here?
Yeah.
Oh. Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just type up grab the template and I'll fill it in, essentially.
It will be done.
So, there you go, Courage. He turns back to her and smiles.
She looks about ready to, like, bring her fist into her gut at, like, yes. Like, you know the motion. Like her dream has come true.
John is just smiling because, it's like watching it's like watching one of her little sisters with her little sister back home, even though Courage is like, how old is she?
19.
Oh, yeah, then yeah, close enough.
Yeah, because how old exactly are you again?
21.
Yeah, this is your younger sister.
Yeah, but she's like a full foot taller than me.
Yeah, but she's your big little sister.
Yeah. But, Jeanne, sorry. Jeanne nods as she says, I'll inform the others.
Are you sure you want to do that, John? It might make you the focus of some remarks.
She kind of tilts her head. Remarks, sir?
Let's just say that in military circles, shoot the messenger is not always, or don't shoot the messenger is not always respected.
Sir, I can just come along.
I was actually thinking it would be best for Courage to do it. Her enthusiasm is infectious, after all, and no one's going to seriously insult our top ace. Isn't that right, Courage?
Yes, sir. I can totally do that.
I feel safer already, sir.
Why don't you two tag along with her?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, a Martian, a Belter, and
Terran.
and a Terran in the same
If
hallway.
you go grab Weaver, you have like almost the full Monty.
Quick, let's grab Peter so we can have the most diverse hallway.
I said Weaver, not Peter, but I guess you could kidnap Peter.
Well, while we're at it, why don't we grab him? You see Courage, like, grab Peter by the arm. Let's go.
Silently
Okay,
in
go.
Nora in her brain, like silently seething as she sees the Lunan.
Peter like shuffles awkwardly.
Philippe looks over at Chloe, elbows her, gestures at the oddly diverse cast of officers, and goes, "And that's what the Federation's all about."
Working together.
See, Chloe, friendship does win in the end.
Our sacred union.
Jamie?
Yeah.
In front of you is Shock, No Call, Cleric, Boots, and Banker. As you know, you're in the guts of your walker frame, helping your mechanics repair it and do maintenance.
Sort of shock analog.
Can I help you, ma'am? He'll
Grab him.
What?
he'll
No,
look
I'm kidding.
more-
You just grab him?
Sorry.
The problem is, if you seriously say that, Courage might just automatically do
Yeah,
it.
She did.
No,
Let's say
no,
we're like,
what
are
do
we
you
starting
mean,
the
Em?
hate?
What do you mean would? She just did. You said it, so she did.
I was
Damn,
sorry.
okay,
I
guess
that
we're
was completely
hazing
out of
then.
character. That was completely out of character.
You got a little composure check, Swappy.
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll roll a
Calm
composure.
composure.
check. What do I roll? All right, calm composure. That's a 5. 1 critical success.
Excellent. You don't do it. Another or potential point for you, Swappy.
It took all of her power not to just go grab him.
And encourage coughs into round. Lieutenant Weaver. Per the orders of the
Yeah.
CAG, all pilots are now required to, and officers are required to carry their dress swords on them at all times. In any areas where weapons are not restricted.
No.
This is a joke, right?
Nora's looking at Shock, like behind Courage and them, and just like nearly a face palm, just shaking your head.
No, Shock's with me in the lounge still. We're not involved in this nonsense. You
Oh,
all
I
go
thought
ahead.
you were
Paul.
Shock came along.
Jeanne peeks out from over Courage's shoulder, and she says, "It's true, Lace. Captain has required all personnel of the Dragoon Battalion. Fuck, what was our company name again?
Your Walker.
Sorry.
You are the Jutland
cap-
Dragoons Squadron. Walker Frame Squadron.
The captain has decreed that every member of the Jutland Dragoons Walker Frame Squadron is to carry a weapon, is to carry their sword on them at all times, unless the area is otherwise restricted or prohibited to carry weapons. It's to help morale." And she flashes him a smile.
There's been CAG for all of what, an hour? 2 hours?
3 if you count acting from when Scissors left.
It's been 3 hours, and we have this overdose of romantic nonsense.
Does he say that?
Yeah, he just kind of starts rubbing his eyes. Karens are insane.
Well, better to be mad than dead, no?
Your madness might. It's like he'll compose himself because the response is your madness will just get us dead. He'll just like stop and take a deep breath.
She smiles, sort of like bouncing off her feet. Well, my madness has saved quite a few lives. Including the captain's. Today, even.
Nora looking at Weaver would just go, "I also think this is a bit of a joke."
If I have to carry a lump of metal into combat, can it be something useful like a crowbar or a screwdriver, anything? I think I don't need a sword. My walking frame has a sword made of lasers. What?
Any complaints on this matter should be taken up with the CAG. Wouldn't you say so, Lieutenant Nora?
Nora's staring daggers at fucking Courage for that comment. Nearly could like reach through to grab Nora for that. It just goes, yes.
Weaver's just going to look at Nora with just like he's desperately pleading with this. I was like, please, why? Why are we doing this?
It was Courage's suggestion. Philippe took it with advisement, and I wrote up the orders.
Just further solidifies opinion that Weaver's opinion that Courage is a crazy person.
What gave it away?
Like, it was one thing if she was not someone to carry us herself, but now he has to do it. So an item that I presume has like never left his footlocker, if he even has it with him.
You would on the occasion you have to go bump shoulders with some local official, or like there's a medal ceremony, but otherwise you don't bust that thing out.
Nora hates this even more because she used to do that. She used to walk around with the sword.
This just brings back bad memories of being that extra.
Yeah, basically.
Cringe high school
Nora,
days.
Nora just looks back at that and just looks at basically Courage as like, you're reminding me of this. I hate this.
Yeah, I guess Jeanne's just gonna take her sword and put it to her hip. Captain's orders, she supposes, and it's she can see Courage is all well-meaning. Sure, the others are not so pleased about it, but what's some road bumps? She'd much rather they be upset with this than upset with an actual order in the battlefield.
Nora just turns around, waves off to Weaver, and just goes back to her bunk. Time to pull out the old sword.
I mean, well, that was the bit.
Like, is everyone also like right now I have to do this? Ugh.
Nora, you look at the orders. It doesn't specify a time period. So that presumes immediately.
If Nora wasn't told like a later date, Nora would have said effectively, like now.
Cut a hard cut. Everyone's back in the hangar with swords at their hips.
That's how it is. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do? The captain ordered it. Fucking captain ordered it. It's suggested from our big shot ace. That's just how it is. That's just how things fucking go in the military, she guess.
She just totally washed her hands of any part in this.
Yeah,
like maybe telling Courage this is a crazy person idea.
All she did was give her truthful opinion on what the captain would think about it. She had no further input.
Listen, you're supposed to be his adjutant. You're supposed to filter the worst ideas from ever getting through.
I mean, it's true, but also I'm pretty sure she would have done it regardless of what I had to say.
Listen, that's because like as full of romantic nonsense as the Terrans are, Jeanne is just a Terran by association at this point.
I mean,
Ooh.
basically, yeah. I mean, her family is living on fucking France. She went to the inner colonies because a French first lieutenant socialist found her on her rock and was like, I like the cut of your jib. Join the military. And she was like, okay.
Parents.
Look, all we need now is the visions from God, and we'll be set, right?
Well, you
God.
have you are getting looks, but that's from the non-Walker Frame Squadron personnel who are all looking at all of the officers now really, really funny.
Well, they're just gonna have to get used to it, I guess. And besides, she's already been looked at like that before, mostly on the sense of what the fuck is a belter doing with a Terran?
Like a random American in warlord China. Like how did
Pretty much.
How'd you get here?
Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. You will be brainwashed. Me, the Belter's daughter. Ha! That will be a challenge. You bet. Anyway.
The scene cuts back to you, Philippe. And what are you doing to close out this day?
Philippe has his dress sword on the desk as he has brought it out of storage as well now. He's not going to be a hypocrite and use his privilege to avoid wearing it because that would cause a mutiny. But so it's on the desk. He's got the bottle of rationed alcohol that was sent to him by his good friend in front of him, and he is finally lit up a single cigarette for the day and is beginning to write his return letter.
What are the kinds of feelings you're putting into it?
He's trying to be careful with what he says because it's been a weird day. But overall, the tone is essentially seen the elephant.
Got to get into some real combat on Saturn.
Yep, he's seen the elephant. He survived. It's done. And now he has an entire squadron to worry about. And but there is a little voice in the back of Philippe's head that does recognize the unique opportunity he's been handed.
Oh?
I mean, if he had gone through the normal methods to get to this point, even on Saturn, it would have taken him another 2-3 years at least to get to captain. And now he has the chance to prove he's worth the brevet rank. It's a lot of pressure. It's very stressful. But he's not going to sit there and deny that he doesn't recognize the opportunity.
If you prove yourself really competent, they might let you skip captain altogether.
Yeah, being one of the youngest majors in the Federation military's history wouldn't be a bad achievement for someone from a family like his. And so that is, there is a small seed of the thoughts of glory in his head, even as he mourns those that were lost today. And really just a lot of conflicting emotions overall.
Philippe,
Yes, God.
you get a knock on your door.
He'll open the door.
It's Lieutenant Love. He scratches his head. You might want to take a look at this.
He'll take a look at it.
And he leads you away. It's fucking the Poju. Oh, he's making a big announcement. I think, and back in 319, Thousand Flowers campaign. Something big's probably coming up.
Okay, and he'll nod and go join.
And then you see President of the Jovian Union, in a live broadcast to the entire solar system. And a lot of this is translated for your benefit because, he speaks Jovian. And it says, "Merry Christmas, comrades. Christ is born. Another year has passed in the solar system. Another year of trials, tribulations, successes, joy, and sorrow has come to an end. You, the workers of our socialist union, have given your labors to the world historical mission set before the Jovian people, freeing the oppressed workers of the solar system. In this you have rolled up your sleeves and tackled the problems of our times like the heroes you are. Ship production is up 15% from last year. We have accomplished our 5-year goal of upping washing machine production 4 months ahead of schedule. And most importantly, we have finally increased our national life expectancy average to 70 years. Something our fathers and grandfathers could only dream of. Your pains, the many restless nights and work shifts these last 5 years have given us all a mighty bounty. In international affairs, we have only of victories to speak of this year. The forces of the Periphery Alliance have gone another year inflicting defeats on the Blue Hordes, and will continue to do so in the next years, whilst avoiding their own destruction. In Saturn and the Belt, Federation forces of the Safe and the Orange Thugs have had another Christmas far from home, dying against opponents invincible in spirit and united in purpose. You, the Jovian workers, have given them the strength to keep going despite all the stolen power of the capitalists. While we do not know what next year will bring, and the matter of victory remains as it always has a matter of endurance and inevitability. And of your endurance, yours is truly heroic. But work without rest destroys the souls of men. So this week, rest easy, and be merry with your loved ones, and wish peace and goodwill to all men. The great work of our times will be ready for you when you're back. Merry Christmas, comrades." And then it starts to repeat.
My. Not a bad speech, I suppose, but I notice the Cronian workers' contributions got a little underscored, eh, Lieutenant?
Well, maybe that's the whole thing about invincible in spirit or whatever.
No, I think it's just the typical arrogance. Though, overall, it was a lovely little speech.
Well, Merry Christmas. Aren't you... He looks at you funny. Orthodox.
If you're asking what I think you're asking, yes. And yes, I will be celebrating Christmas. Will you be coming to join me?
Well, will there be drinks, sir?
Of course there would. It's not Christmas. It's not really Christmas spirit until someone's drunk.
Well, that's a good point.
And if you're there, it means I don't have to be the one who's drunk. He claps him on the shoulder.
Well, someone has to make sure, or someone doesn't pull out a gun.
Or a sword.
Yeah, why did you think of that, sir?
I didn't. Courage came up with it. And here's the thing. You remember what we talked about earlier?
Yeah?
I'm pretty new to this position, but one thing that held true in the academy, held true in the belt, and held true in every other posting I've had, short-lived as they may have been, to get the best results from someone, it's just like the Jovian leader said. You just have to know how to motivate their spirit. By giving Courage a minute concession that causes some mild annoyance for a handful, some eye rolls for the majority, and for a handful, genuine enthusiasm, we have a fighting spirit. And our best ace feels rewarded and noticed for her efforts. You see the benefit?
Well, yeah, I can see that, sir.
And it's as simple as that. When people do well, good deeds deserve to be rewarded.
Oh, also, he pulls out a piece of paper. This is your official promotion notice.
What? Philippe takes it. Again? They just gave me a brevet of captain.
Actually, that was like, the way it was explained to me is, Baji was just saying that, then the Brigadier made the actual decision, and this is the first notice to it. Although technically
Huh.
that does mean you were double promoted all in one go.
Oh, my. It's been a great career day, I suppose. He kind of draws very clearly sarcastically, like he's not actually celebrating how this happened.
Well, Merry Christmas, Major.
Ah, it's going to be a hell of a Christmas. Merry Christmas, Lieutenant.
And the scene starts to fade.